Okay. Okay. We are live. All the people that's coming in, please like the video. Please like, share, and subscribe. Real Deal Financial coming in for y'all. Open panel. Anybody has any questions, feel free to join in. Had to handle some business when it comes to trade lines. Had to handle some business when it comes to trade lines. Had to add some authorized users to a couple people's files. So I'm gonna give you guys the game plan when it comes to the stocks first. I always like to keep you guys informed when it comes to that. So Mining Capital says lithium price means investors are focused on the firms like Brada Head Lithium. So this is a penny stock. Brada, that's BRADDA Head Lithium Ltd. So this is a lithium company that investors are going to pour in. So that's BRADDA. Anybody want to join in, feel free to join. So the ticker is BHL. So this is lithium exploration. So as last year in July, August, around those months, lithium and uranium has been one of the most highest performing stocks when it comes to commodities that people need to invest in. So that's Brada, BHL, lithium stock ticker. What's going on, man? Salute to you. Yes, I can. So Brada Head Lithium is a lithium situation where you can be able to make money off of the companies getting funding from both the private sector and government. So the extraction and production cost is lowered significantly. So that means they can be able to get the job done without having all those expenses. Hence, they're going to look very good when it comes to the balance sheets of their business. But for all the people that's coming in, please click the like button. Feel free to come and join. If you have any questions, please have them in the chat. So I'm going to go over the stock game plan. So if RE, if you haven't seen any of my videos, please go back to the video that I made in 2021 about all of the game plans. So that's BHL. For sure, man. That's funny. Marina said drop the link. All right, for sure. All right, for sure. Then I got a graphite stock. So graphite is another mineral. Get you some gold ETFs. Gold ETFs is very solid as well. So that's a stable situation for people to be able to at least get some type of footing involved in. So I'm gonna go over graphite. So you can literally get it on your ticket or board. So I'm gonna put that in the chat. When it comes to crypto, everything is like extremely cheap. That shit is very funny when it comes to crypto. The pricing, you can be able to get certain things 50% discount, around 40% discount. So let me put everything in the chat for you. So ADA Cardano is still play. That's still relatively cheap. I think everybody should be able to get Cardano while it's cheap. Ethereum, that's something where if people got that bigger type of money, they can be able to invest in, because Ethereum can easily be 20,000 as soon as everybody comes around full circle. So that's the link for that. So the price on that stock has blew up 50%. That's something that people should always do their research on. Always always do your due diligence. So graphite stocks in India. India is going to have the biggest exploration, and also the Middle East when it comes to uranium. Australian uranium stocks is blew up because of the situation of a lot of the Australian nationals sold out their country to do business with China. Hence, that's why China has a lot of influence and a foot when it comes to Australia. So anybody wants to come in the panel, feel free to join. So let me type in some more stuff in the chat. I try to find some e-commerce warehousing stocks so everybody can be able to profit off of more online businesses going afloat. Well, actually staying afloat and actually expanding their stuff in America. So let me put that in the chat. Excuse me. Excuse me. My apologies. So this is in Thailand. So the Thailand warehousing stocks is something where it's all private penny stocks. So this is a penny stock, mind you. And also here's a link to also prove and show that the e-commerce businesses is still running and active. So this is not a fad. I hate it when Glenn and Cameron was talking about it's a fad type of business. They thought that was so ridiculous, because e-commerce is literally everything that you see online. So monetizing from digital products to physical, that's a situation where as long as you have distribution chain where your suppliers is here in the United States, they have the base level where they can be able to do business based off of drop shipping or forwarding. That's the only thing you need. And if it's international, you got freight forwarders. So that's where the purpose on that. And going on Fiverr or Upwork can get you a person that you can get on the spot when it comes to negotiating all types of freight. If it's either in Vietnam, like I put in the chat, or if it's in China. So let me put this in the chat. Here's another article. And also, people should also focus on the distribution because that actually can help a dispatcher get a lot of customers and a lot of traffic to their business, and they can be able to negotiate the 10% when it comes to their carriers. So, supply chain books is definitely priority. That's a situation where your game plan can be stronger than everybody else because you're studying the whole 360 round of logistics. Plus, you can focus on making money on the shipping stocks, plus having connections when it comes to finding either wholesale iPhones, wholesale hair products, wholesale drop shipping products, treadmills, electric bikes, getting situation connections like that. That's something where people can get something very major. So let me put this in the chat. So US Mobile. Brooklyn. So I'm gonna put in the chat my distribution guy. So this is the supplier that I get from wholesale iPhones. So if anybody need that, that is something where people can be able to look at. So this is my supplier when it comes to wholesale iPhones. So I've been talking about this for a good 2 years straight. And all the people that got access to the situation of the credit funding, they portaled that into the iPhones. So with the iPhone, say if you had $6,000 in credit funding, you can get access to around 12 iPhone 11s on distribution off of wholesale. So that is a scenario where people can be able to profit. So US mobile phones, they're in Brooklyn, New York. So that's for all my people in the East Coast because I got mostly people from the East Coast. Damn, I tried to send that link. My bad, y'all. So let me give y'all the website link. I'll give y'all guys that. So they're a telecommunications company. They do their business with wholesale. You pretty much fill out your wholesale application. You get your LLC, your EIN, business checking account, business wiring. So I put that in the chat. So that is my supplier, Alonzo. I see if you want to come up on the panel, feel free. So that's the iPhone wholesale supplier right there. So let me type that for y'all. Gotcha. So that's the iPhone wholesale supplier. I got about like 12 of them in my bag. So, you know, that one, he's willing to work with everybody. Get your LLCs up, get your credit funding, your business credit cards preferably so you could shelter your personal. That's how you can be able to navigate certain things. So that's the iPhone wholesale supplier. So that supplier can take you a lot of places. So most of the times they're usually sold out. That's because of the rate that it goes by, but they're willing to do business. All right, for sure, no problem, Lonzo. I'm here. So the iPhone supplier plug, that's just one. I got like 12. So let me look at another thing I need to send you guys because I need to get you guys very well geared in game plan. So that's just one segment that you guys can be able to navigate on. Okay, my man came up. Okay, so my guy came up. Yo,
Yo, what's going on, Real Deal?
everything is good. Everything is good.
Man, this shit is crazy. I gotta apologize, man. We were talking about the whole trucking thing. In
Mhm.
dispatching. And I got a couple people. One of my the one that you spoke to, he's still dealing with personal issues. He had COVID and everything, so he's kind of unable to do that. He didn't want to say, "Oh well, I'm gonna be sidelined for a while because I just got COVID." When we spoke, but he's dealing with that, so he ain't gonna be on the road for a while. Um, but I have another person who's just getting started, and I've been calling him for like a week, and I'm like, "Bro, I got actual work for you." No response. So folks say they want it, but again, it's like I don't know.
Yeah,
Um,
man, because I got that plan written. I had that plan written up for the past 3 weeks. That's why I was focused on the situations and deals that was in, you know, in the city.
yeah,
So
that's all good. Don't even sweat it, man. These cats acting like they don't. It is what it is. What's going to end up happening is he's going to be like, "Oh well, I was busy, and now that I'm not busy, I want to call you for this stuff." And now the price goes up for him. That's all. Uh, okay, well,
because
now
we can
that you're not
negotiate good
busy,
rates. We can
oh no, I'm
negotiate
not
good
even talking
rates.
about that. Now he gonna have to pay me, right? I was doing this out of the kindness of the heart, free 99. I basically wasn't making nothing out of it except if you decided to piece me off, right? And you
Mm.
know how we do, so we're not too worried about that. But at the end of the day, I can't want it for you more than you want it for you. So, now the price done went up on dude, and this is family. But hey, you know, price went up. You
People
ain't
not
want to listen when it was free.
people not game planning, man. When it comes to this year, man, that's why I said 2 months ago, what is your game plan? Or I hope y'all got your game plan ready. Now this is scenario of this the game plan, but
Yeah,
this is the free 99 version of the game plan because I told people about anybody that needs a trade because Kid Organic he had a video where it showed about the black man uh, unemployment crisis being worsened where the situation is so high in certain cities that it's insane. I'm like, man, get y'all a trade, get y'all CDL, get the dispatcher work,
right.
construction, electrician, realtor, loan broker, something.
What happened? Folks gonna start getting beat in the head with new laws, and a lot of these jobs are gonna be brought to automation, and then we'll see when everything hits the fan. But on a good note, let's talk
Mm.
about the topics you've got with crypto, investing, real estate, stocks, etc. I see you're dropping here the link for US Mobile so folks can go ahead and hustle them phones. You know what I mean? That's a great thing. You know, besides what you've got going on, I may drop the link, but I can also, if they need up to $25,000 real quick, like within a week, I have a route for that. And also, a buddy of mine is actually doing Legal Shield, um, which he wants me to join because, well, it only makes sense in with what I do. When I sit with my clients, I'm always asking if they have a will or an attorney. Most of them
Mm.
don't. And the price that it costs for a will, he was like, bro, what it costs for you to hook up the client with an attorney and get them a will, they could pay for the Legal Shield and get the will for basically free, except the I think it's $50 to join Legal Shield, right? He was like, I had another buddy who's an insurance agent. He said, listen, I tell him to sign up for Legal Shield for a month, pay the $50, go get your will done, and then you could cancel it. But you've basically, in essence, now set up a will or a trust for $50 instead of at least 2,500, which it would cost, to just talk with the attorney. So, you know,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So that trust is pretty much all organized where it's ironclad.
yep,
And this is for the people, and this is for the people that's coming in that doesn't know the real constructs of a trust. And my guy Joey, I don't know if he's listening, but he he's definitely somebody that I gave the number to.
fair
So
enough.
I gave your number to him, so he's gonna be able to get in contact with you, organize his LLC properly, get everything structured where he can be able to get funding He can also be able to have annuity plans and be able to have the ability to have good reinvestment strategy necessary.
Yes, I'm hoping to do that actually. This week, I have a couple clients who hopefully um, they have decent amounts of money, but it's just regular. It's sitting in like the bank and it's not getting them anything. So I'll probably put them in an annuity plan and get them 3% on their current money. And they don't even have to add to it, but if they add to it, it's only making it better.
For sure.
Yeah, so that's what we're looking at there. But listen, I'm actually about to hop off. I have to submit some paperwork, which is always a good thing.
No
But I
problem.
wanted to come up and show support and speak to you because, like I said, I literally just called this guy because I was like, "Oh, you know what?" Because he posted on Facebook, he was thanking somebody for getting him to get his CDL. So I was like, "Oh, you're new in the biz. You don't have a ton of work. Let me hook you up here." It's been over a week. I texted him. I was like, yo, hit me up. He was like, yeah, we need to talk. So I texted him my phone number on Facebook and said, there's no excuses. He texted me, but I texted him a bunch, no response. Call him, always forwards it to voicemail. Okay. So don't come looking for work next month and think it's going to be free. Now you're going to have to pay me to connect him to you. That's what it's going to
Exactly,
be.
man. Exactly,
So,
man. Because we trying to be able to get situations where the rate can be negotiated at $2.75, 2.90. If it's a power only, it's going to be a little less. It's going to be around 212, 220.
yeah, that's what I told
But
him, around 225 a mile. So he was like, "Oh, okay, I'll look into it." I was like, we can negotiate, but if I can't even talk to you, I can't explain that to you. So F it. Now when you come, you're gonna have to pay me X amount of dollars for me to connect him to you.
yeah, man, because at the end of the day, this situation is where we're trying to be able to do this on the kindness of the heart. Because everybody says that why, oh man, why don't brothers be able to share the game, man? There's not enough brothers where they do make or brothers where they do have the information. I'm like, man, we can't use that excuse. Can't use that excuse.
Yeah.
We cannot use that excuse, man. Come on, man. There's
You know what it
information.
is?
There's dudes that plug you in very quickly if you're willing to be able to at least meet me halfway. Meet us halfway.
Sometimes it's just they don't want the information from you. And it's like, okay, well, since I'm the one with the information, I understand you may not want it from me for whatever reason, but guess what? I'm the one with the information. So you can either get it or not. But if you don't get it, don't think you're going to go around the corner and get it from somebody. you know?
Yeah,
But
man, because at the end of the day, we are trying to make sure that everything is placed where he can be able to get his loads and also getting business credit funding and be able
yeah,
to make sure he can navigate his business to get more trucks, hence make more money off of each truck being out there on the road. So,
exactly.
but it's a pleasure in talking to you, Zoe.
No doubt. And I'm going to call you in a little bit because later on, probably around like 10, 11 my time, which would be like 8 your time. And
All right,
talk to you a little bit about the Bronx.
for sure.
All
No
right,
problem.
later.
Salute. So when it comes to that segment, we're going to figure out on two different levels. And this is for anybody because I got a lot of owner operators out there. So all the owner operators should know that your freight broker always gets you some ports connections. So the ports, everybody should know that the ports get you local money. The ports get you very frequent money. Negotiating certain type of deals would be very easy when it comes to your shipper connections. You can go to Kroger's, Winco, even Albertsons. Transportation manager is always somebody that can be able to get you certain type of questions needed. So dedicated lanes is built off of that scenario of getting up on the phone and figuring out what's the situation when it comes to their outbound freight. So all the people that's out there, business credit funding when it comes to the truckers, getting Chase Inc. business preferred, like I mentioned on the other video, that can get you somewhere when it comes to getting the funding. and also it not showing on your personal, but you gotta have a 680 plus credit score. I prefer people to have a 730. If you got a 730, 750, where you don't need a credit repair, you just need a situation on where to go in certain type of direction. That would be like the first card to be able to go to. That would be like one of the first situations people can be able to go to. They can get you around 5 to 7,500, or sometimes 10. Capital One is more generous. Apple credit card, they can give you around 7,500 to 12 if you have 6 strong accounts on your credit profile. The lowest end is like 3. If you had 1, you can be able to have it where the business credit card, you can be able to get 2 business credit cards where you get 4,500. Citi, they don't care on the basis of how many cards you get. They just care about the limit. So you can get 4,500 on about 3 to 4 Citi cards. 3 on the business end, where you got the business platinum, you got the rewards. Then you got the personal end on the regular cards that they got. You can be able to have around 12,000 on Citi. A lot of people buy more trade lines and just credit cards stacked that way, where they're just reinvesting. So 4 to 5 trade lines can be able to get people around 60,000 in total credit when it comes to the business. So I'm gonna type that in the chat. And that's 4 to 5 authorized user trade line at that. And business credit, and mind you, get your LLC, your EIN, and that FICO got to be around 710 to get it. So let me do something here. Business funding. So that's around 3 cards, 3 credit cards on each LLC you create. Okay. Plus FICO, 715. 715 that you can get 3 business and 2 personal credit cards. Say if I put 2 trade lines and you had, say, a 590 credit score, we can get you to 690, 710 based off of $10,000 limit, 4-year age history. 2 of those, that would be 8 years in combined total type history. On 20,000 in combined limit, you can be able to get around 65 to 8,500 based off of the business credit. So that is the criteria on 3 cards. So that's on the business side. And that's each LLC that you create. So Langley, we talked about Langley last time. They also do first time home buyer program and also a personal line of credit. We mentioned about the double dipping. So the double dipping plan, you can be able to do very well. So NIH, that means they can get you 5,000 plus 7,500 line of credit. So that line of credit can be able to be something where one hard pull can get you two forms of loan products with that credit union. You can do it with that DCU credit union. So that will be around 24,000 off of two credit unions off the business end, plus the personal side as well. So that requirements would be a FICO of 720 to 750. So NIH is a personal type of credit union where they will be able to do business with you. Your deposit, if it's strong deposit, if you can open up with $2,000, they'll give you a $300 bonus when opening a checking account. So they're very generous when it comes to that. So open a checking account. 2,000. So that $300 bonus can be used inside your business or more trade lines. So that is a little promotional thing that they like to do. And a lot of banks actually have that. So everybody know this. So that's just you taking the credit cards, cashing them out, and making more bonus off of those deposits. So that's like two credit unions from Langley and Andrews Credit Union, or all the people that have Navy Federal. So I got Navy Federal trade lines as well, and that's what one of my clients that I had to post on his profile. So that's on NIH Credit Union. So that credit union will give you solid love when it comes to that. So that's NIH and DCU Credit Union. They have the similar bonus when you make a deposit. And here's a video that I meant to show you when it comes to the best trade lines for bad credit. It's not my video, but I still find it to be resourceful. There we go. So that video is resourceful when it comes to the best trade lines for bad credit. So anybody that's in the 400s, damage credit, they need trade lines when it comes to lower your utilization. That video is very resourceful. That video is actually extremely resourceful on what to do, because trade lines In order to be able to fix a 400 credit score, 4 to 5 trade lines when it comes to 15,000 limits, 5 to 7 years age history. The older you are, the better. I can add 10 to 15 years. That can be able to help you if you have age on you. But that's the requirements. Got to get your FICO to 720 to 750. If you have a 780, you could get 5 business credit cards on each LLC that you create. And that means that if you have a hair company, LLC for that. If you have a trucking company, LLC for that. Construction company, LLC for that. If you have a lending company, LLC for that as well. So that's 4 or 5 LLCs that you're pretty much just bouncing off of each other. So that's that's an opportunity where you can take one business credit card, use it for a deposit, leverage that situation where you get the bonus, you get the checking account bonus. Then from that checking account bonus, you can be able to use it for more trade lines and make your credit profile even more buffer. So that helps you navigate a lot of situations. You can be able to buy cryptos on it for all my people that are involved when it comes to cryptos, and I'll give you links when it comes to my crypto plays as well. So I'll plug you guys into my crypto plays right now as we speak. And for all the people that's coming in, please like the video. This is an open panel, so feel free to come and join. Click on the link. Open panel, click on the link. So let me plug you guys into my crypto plays. Okay. I told you guys about that COVID crypto as well, where they track all of the people that have been vaccinated. Okay. God damn it. I gotta go to Coin Market Cap. I already told you guys about Neo. I already told you guys about Cardano. That's pretty much a thing that you guys already know. Told you about AirSwap. That's something that you already guys know as well. So AirSwap. And I told you guys about the stock plays about ExxonMobil. Actually, ExxonMobil was something that I preached about all last year, and that stock is literally one of the best stocks that I told you guys about. That one and CYBL. When it comes to gas cards for all the truckers out there, actually BP is actually a better gas card. They actually give you a very, very good type of increases. You can be able to use that as a good solid trade line as well. And you can sell that trade line for around $500 as well. So for all the people that do have good credit, you can also sell your credit as an authorized user to people that needs credit. They use your trade line, they pay you 500s, or they can pay you $1,000. You set your price. So that's also another business you guys can be able to start on paper to be able to leverage for more loans and start doing some reinvestment plans. So let me get you guys some of the crypto news. Because people need to buy the dip when it comes to all this $1 trillion crash. That's a buying opportunity. I told you guys, fixed dollar cost averaging protects you on all of this stuff. So, say if a situation of it crashes, your fixed dollar cost average to $50 to $100 on your plays. Hell, this is even a perfect time for the people that's getting funding rounds from me. They can be able to set aside 2,500 and be able to buy a lot of coins, and just to be able to buy and hold. So this is a perfect time because even if they show, like, I'm gonna send you guys this link from Bloomberg. So my news source is from Bloomberg. So I'm gonna show that in the chat. Like $1 trillion crash. I smell blood in the water. That's an opportunity to be able to buy. So just look at it as an opportunity. I told my guy Craig Beats to sell his Doge, to sell his Shibu Anu when he had his shit at the highest, top of the highest of the market. I hope my man sold it because he put in $1,000, wound up getting 9,300 back. Pardon. He wound up getting 9,300 back off of his $1,000 investment, which that had to be one of the most smartest investments he possibly could have did. But I hope my man understand that you cash that out so you can buy on the dip and to be able to 4 or 5x the money, where it can wind up being 9,600 to around $60,000 to $70,000 for him in crypto value that he can be able to replenish elsewhere. Hopefully reinvest in some good real estate in the Northeast, get him a fixer upper and write it off on his taxes and lower his tax bill. That's how you can be able to shrink it very, very well doing that type of method. 1031 exchange the proceeds, so when he sells it, he can be able to put that into another investment vehicle. So that's one way how to be able to do certain things. So I'm gonna give you guys links when it comes to electric vehicles and all of those stocks as well. Let me delete this in the chat. Okay, so this is another link. Electric vehicle stock from manufacturing to warehousing. So we talked about Li Auto last year, Xpeng, Neo. So Neo was actually another good play that people that watched me in February and January of 2021, they wound up getting a good price entry and made some good profits, around 50 to 60% based off of the year-wide range of fixed dollar cost averaging. That's the only thing it took, $50, $60 every month. It adds up and it accumulates. And be able to profit off of the Chinese market. Ying. So that's the stock ticker Ying. So I'm gonna give you guys the link so it's easily clickable for you guys to be able to do your research and your own reconnaissance. Raina, hope everything is going well. All the people that's coming in, if you need to be able to get in contact with me, creditbuilder475 at gmail.com. That's creditbuilder475 at gmail.com. So yin, that is the Chinese bull. So that's YINN. So that's the direction, that's the 3x bull. So that's when the Chinese market is roaring. You can be able to profit off of its roaring. When it's down and declining, yang, YANG. So keep on investing when it comes to that. Doing well, Marina. I'm doing well. I'm appreciative of every single day. I'm appreciative of every single day. So as if anybody can see, at least when it comes to America's prices, food and meat is going to be another 10% higher. So expect your meat to become 10% higher because inflation, it was ranging around 8% nationwide. So expect meat to go up another 10 to 12%. So let me put this link for you guys as well. So this is the Chinese bull stock. So that's for the people that is very bullish when it comes to Chinese stocks. I think the government is still cracking down when it comes to a lot of their industries, but that's the 3x bull. So that's 3x leverage. So this is for you guys to do your own research and due diligence, mind you. Let me get this one link. So another 3x leverage, well, another leverage ETF is SSO and DDM. So I'm going to give you guys a link for that one as well. So when the market is bullish and bearish, always focus on the 3x leverage direction. That is most widest one. So you can bet against semiconductors, but TSM, that was a good play as well. So when it comes to your Taiwan semiconductors, they're going to keep going up. Microchip stocks, they're going to keep going up as well. So TSM, we need to get around and putting that in the chat as well. TSM stock ticker. Taiwan microchip. So these is where Apple iPhones get all of their chips from. So I'm gonna transition to this to credit and real estate. So I'm gonna make this transition. I'm gonna make a phone call really quick to see if anybody of importance want to come up. Okay, sorry about that. Had to make a phone call. My apologies. My apologies. Had to make a quick phone call. So let me put the link in the chat for my guests to come up. Link in the chat for my guests to come up. So when it comes to the testimonials of my next clientele, as soon as their trade lines posted up, I'll bring them on as well, like I did O'Darian when it comes to his situation. So you guys will be able to see them and they can be able to tell when it comes to their testimonial on their trade lines and how much they managed to be able to get when it comes to their credit cards. So the business credit element is going to be something where I'm going to have testimonials when it comes to the business credit, have testimonials when it comes to the personal credit situation as well. If it's either the repairs or a credit profile situation built for them, it's going to be where they're going to have results. Plus the real estate situation, going to have more people when it comes to lenders involved that can be able to help you guys get access to more loans, to also to be able to find more properties in your area, tax liens for the people that doesn't want to be able to invest super heavy, but still want to be able to get an interest on their money. Doug, I see you. Salute. For all the people that's coming in, this is an open panel. If anybody wants to donate, Mr. Perfect 23G. Mr. Perfect 23G for any contributions. So when it comes to my real estate lenders, they can be able to lend as low as $100,000 and they can do 90% LTV. So that is like one of the most favorable When it comes to investment, that is literally trying to get everybody in the door with at least some type of property. Fix and flip, 100% construction loan. 100% construction loan can be able to take you where you can profit off of overestimating your rehab. So if your rehab is around 30, you would go for 50 and profit 20,000. You can take that 20,000 and then go get a 200 and around 180 to $200,000 property with a 90% LTV, mind you, 10% down pay. And you can be able to leverage the construction loan profit for more deals. Hence, you can be able to get a loan within 6 to 8 months. 6 to 8 months, or as soon as the property is stabilized, depending on the situation of your construction team. So your construction team is going to be something where if you can be able to get the labor costs factored in when it comes to your loans, that's where overestimating your rehab costs can be able to help you when it comes to building a war chest on the property. So the markets that I'm dealing with when it comes to real estate right now that I'm actively looking at would be Houston, Texas market, Dallas, Texas market, Atlanta, Georgia market, Jacksonville, Tampa, surrounding areas in Miami. So that can be Overton in Miami, Florida. The Bronx, as you pretty much heard from me and Lonzo, situation when it comes to Queens. So that's like Queens Village, Connecticut area. When it comes from a situation of finding some fix and flip deals in Bridgeport, try to find some properties under around 250, 250 around Bridgeport, Overton, Miami, near Miami, Florida, around 350. Houston markets, so that means Pasadena, that means Katy. The Woodlands, Greater Heights. In Atlanta markets, I would say, properties near the Ben Hill projects. Those would do. When it comes to specific areas, when it comes from Atlanta, Georgia, I would say from Ben Hill, I would say Peachtree, nearby the Jackson Airport. And my man Rashid, he could pretty much help me when it comes to the situation in Decatur. So the new year, pretty much everybody's going to reset and get their deals and get their monies ready to line up and process more properties. Certain things like this takes time when it comes to your cash buyers that you group with, when it comes to RIA groups, connecting investors, bigger pockets, or even Facebook groups, and just posting up certain deals and just scooping up emails. So, that's a situation where people are going to need people like me and you to place deals in between and to be able to make sure that there's consistent deal flow every month or every 3 months to your cash buyer, depending how big of an investor that they are and how bullish they are when it comes to that market. And if your investor wants to be able to corner that market, so people that are in those markets that I mentioned, from Atlanta, Georgia to New York to Florida, even Iowa. So Des Moines, Iowa, and you look at that market closely to find some deals. But Houston markets is rolling. It's rolling when it comes to leads. So if anybody wants to come up on the panel, feel free to click on the link. The link is open to anybody that have any questions specifically when it comes to their game plan, or if they need a game plan. They need somebody to be able to give them a good sound advice, good sound non-biased advice at that. Hope my man that had a situation uh, when it comes to the mandates in his job is doing well. And if you're listening right now, man, I hope you're doing well when it comes to the job, man. That's not fair. How they're gonna put everybody in that stand halt situation when it comes to their job. Hope he has enough set aside. So hope he have at least another property. If he has a property, if he doesn't, hope that he has at least 6 to 8 months of cash saved up. Hope he didn't max out his credit cards. I hope he has a business idea or a business plan ready when it comes to his situation. That's unfair how they did him like that just off of the sheer blue. Just didn't tell him or nothing. Just saying that, yo, it's the shot or your job. You know that's sad. So 6 to 8 months saved up. That can be around $12,000 to $15,000 saved up. Focus on getting certain situations lined up when it comes to building up his credit. Because if you have a 750, 850 credit score, not 850 credit score, but 800 credit score, and that can be done when it comes to certain type of measurements that you do as an individual on your saving patterns, reinvestments, and how quick you can pay down those loans. If you can pay down stuff within 10 days, that score is going to go up. Plus, they'll give you more access of increases. Buying the more and more trade lines to be able to get ready to buy the properties. Taking that 25,000 in your business credit and investing into a certain property. So your business LLC will be your real estate LLC. Your credit unions like Langley, they have a lot of real estate products when it comes to their loans. So you take the business credit off of 3-4 business credit cards that can get access for you, or you have a situation of you knowing which credit union that they pull in. So people like to lock their credit card reports. They like to lock and freeze TransUnion and be able to have them to pull on check systems, which that's a play. You can be able to save a lot of inquiries that way. But when it comes from that situation, 6 to 8 months saved up can really do my man well when it comes to the situation of them firing him, like automatic termination, or have it where you're just in permanent leave where you can't get no type of unemployment. So people like that, I feel for them because they're trying to ice you out. They're trying to box you in. So that's why your set asides and your war chest is everything. That's like literally peeling the skin of an individual from the finger out, doing that. Just automatic termination, no unemployment. So 6 to 8 months can do him very well. But that was like a week ago when he typed that situation in the chat. But scenarios like that, he can be able to maintain. It's just a simple LLC registry. Him building up his FICO. If he already has a 700 credit score, he would just need higher limits so he can get approved for higher stuff. So they won't give him a Mickey Mouse card for $500. They'll give him something that's range around 8,500 each card. So he pick up three. It's 24,000 added on to the 6 months of monies that he got saved up. So he got cash and credit based off of him being smart when it comes to going to Chase Inc. Business Preferred Credit Card, the Wells Fargo Platinum, like I mentioned, Apple Credit Card. When it comes to the personal situation, they'll hook him up when it comes to 7,500. Then he can take the money that he gets from Apple credit card, cash a piece of that out, put that in a deposit onto another credit union, hopefully Navy Federal, for all the people that is Navy veterans. If not, Andrew, if not that one, NASA Federal Credit Union, they're in Texas. And he can be able to get that $300 bonus, and he can go for the situation of asking for the credit card, get it approved around 4,500, plus double dip when it comes to line of credit. So you can double dip on that. So that list of double dipping when it comes to credit unions, that goes for the people that are in my consultation. People here, they got DCU Credit Union, NIH, and also SECU. So that's 3 credit unions that does the double dipping, where you could be able to get 5,000 credit card each line on the business side and get a business line of credit based off of that FICO being strong and healthy. So people invest in buying more trade lines and set aside money every single month to be able to make sure that it can be able to be a strong 800, and if not 800, just a 750, because you can get your way with 750 easily. So, your LLC can be able to be used as a situation where you can pivot money from one end to the other. So that's like mirroring and matching. So they would have a term called manufactured spending. So I'm gonna put that in the chat. So manufactured spending, they're just collaborating and using both personal and business spend on their business credit card, so they can be able to get higher limits. Plus, they can be able to protect their personal. So the business shields the personal credit. That's the underlying thing I'm trying to convey to everybody. So what I'm conveying is the business credit of 4 business credit cards. Say if you got 4,500 and you spent $2,000 on each one, on 4 of them, you can be able to use that situation where you're using that on your business. You can reinvest inside the business, and you can have that where 45 up to 60 days, nothing is not on your personal, but you got to pay things down and you got to pay it back. But the manufactured spending would be marketing. And for all the people that have a lot of inquiries and a lot of stuff on your credit report, situation of the letters, debt dispute letters, hard inquiry letters, if it's situation of an old address that can be disputed, if it's a closed account that has been on your stuff for like the longest and it's already been paid off, but they still have it, go to the report to those credit bureaus about that to get that shit off. So manufactured spending helps boost your credit limits. And you use this on your business credit. So that helps shield a lot of the stuff when it comes to your personal. And if people got damaged personal, only thing I would say is if they need funding right now, if they need something, and I mean something, that's where the credit profile number has to come in, and people need to get that stuff tri-merged and have trade lines added to that and build it up as well. But you got to pay everything back within 30 days when it comes to using that. For all the people that has damaged credit and they need absolutely something when it comes to the range of 60 to 90 days. That's funny, clean your fridge. That's funny. So your manufactured spending is something where your personal spend, like your gas, say some bills. People have put medical stuff all on the business just to shield the personal, so their credit utilization isn't spent up beyond 30% on the personal credit cards. But when it comes to business credit, they're expecting you to use more utilization on your credit cards. So 30 to 40% on the business credit. Yeah, your Paydex score goes low, but your personal FICO doesn't. So your 750 that you did when you applied for your business credit cards still remains at 750, still remains at 730. Even if it's on your credit report, it's something that is temporary. So only credit card that does do hard pulls when it comes to personal and business is Discover It. But Discover credit card is actually very lender friendly. So they'll lend to anybody, same way how I mentioned by Apple credit card. So, you do this to be able to shield a lot of things when it comes to your credit. So if somebody had like 8 business credit cards, all with 10, 15,000 in credit cards because they got a trade line that's a $60,000 trade line, then bought another one that's around 40,000, and got another one that's around 30 from Bank of America. That means that their Experian, that means that their TransUnion, Equifax is looking very buff, looking extremely buff. So those trade lines that I added to my clients early this morning, thank you. Thank you guys. You guys will see the limit increase within 2 weeks. So I got my man Rashid coming in. Before I allow my man in, I want to say this to come to the people that got their trade lines added on today. You will see something within 2 to 3 weeks. And when you do have everything, we will have the scheduled conversation when it comes to which credit cards and credit unions you can go deal with. You can be able to get around 3 to 4 business credit cards, 45 to 6,500 each. Plus, you can be able to take that, be able to cash out those credit cards, turn it either into cash. You can use it for real estate lending. You can use it for cryptos. You can use it for stocks. You can use it for any type of business endeavor that you need, equipment, for trucks. So those 4 business credit cards is something where you can use the utilization higher and you can be able to navigate those funds to some endeavor when it comes to real estate. You can use your high FICO that I built up to be able to make sure that you can get a real estate lender that deals with you as well. So you can take the 25,000 to be able to put it into a $250,000 property, plus a construction loan to do a fix and flip, and with good negotiating skills, $250,000 property can be negotiated downward, and you can be able to make even more money at closing at profits. So I appreciate everybody that's coming in. This is an open panel. Please like the video. Please like, share, and subscribe. If anybody needs my contact, Rashid, I'll get to you, man. I see you. So creditbuilder475@gmail.com. That comes when it comes to consultation and credit repair, and also trade lines to be able to boost your credit score. If you already have good credit, you just need the limits to be higher. That's all. So that is for trade lines and for credit repair. Okay. So that is all of my information when it comes to that. So that's for trade lines and credit repair. So if somebody already, like, say if Sheed has a 720 credit score, but he wants more trade lines to be able to boost up his limit. So if I put a $50,000 trade line on Sheed's credit report, he can be able to go for a $15,000 credit card from DCU Credit Union. He can be able to go get another credit card for 10,000 around SCU Credit Union. That's 25. He can go to Business Preferred Inc. So he can go to Chase to get the Business Preferred Inc. He can get around 4,500 there. So that's around 30,000 that he got. And that's on business credit cards. And he can also go to Apple Credit Card route with Goldman Sachs. So that's Goldman Sachs connection. He can get around 7,500 as well. So that's 37,000. In the next month, he can go for more credit cards by adding more trade lines, and he can go for about another 4 to 5 on the business plus 2 on the personal. So a lot of people have credit card stacking where they'll max out, where they'll get you 3 credit cards on each credit card bureau on the personal side. I'm saying on this end, get your LLC, get your EIN, your DUNS number, your business checking account, and your business banker will help you navigate when it comes to a lot of lending products, plus credit cards that you can go the situations of the underwriting process. You ask them, you question, you screen. You screen them when it comes to situation on what's the terms. Is it a hard pull? Is it a soft pull? When I get approved, how long the hard pull will be on your credit report? And what's the situation when it comes to your lender products? So your hard money people can be able to get you a lot of definitely good terms where it's 6 to 8% interest, 100% construction loan. You overestimate your repairs and you can profit every time that you close. So I got my man Rashid, so I gotta put him up. Rashid,
What's going on, man?
everything is good.
Yep, we here, man.
So, like I said to everybody that's listening, if they already have a 700 credit score and they just need a situation of their limits where they can get approved for higher stuff, they can get the $50,000 trade line. One trade line that's 5 years can get them around 3 business credit cards. If they have 3 trade lines, they can get around 7 business credit cards and 3 personal credit cards. And they would range around 45 to 6,500. You can smack 15 and 10 off the first 2 that you apply for on the business end. So that means the underwriting process is you have to have a FICO beyond 680. But if you have 630, 650, you can get access to damn near anything that you want. You can probably get 9 credit cards. And you would do that in a 30-day cycle where, you do it in a range of no more than 3 hard inquiries every 90 days when it comes to your credit card situation. When it comes to credit card stacking and just going for more cards, getting more trade lines, if you are going to spend a lot on your business credit cards, or if you're going to spend a lot on your personal credit cards, you get that authorized user trade line. You'll be able to lower your credit utilization and get access to more to be able to stack on top. So you're just stacking trade lines, credit cards, PGing on your business, getting another LLC, use your credit cards from like him 500, turning your credit into cash, using the money orders, using situations of a bank transfer and writing a loan to yourself to the LLC and doing it that way. So you can write a 0% interest loan to yourself to be able to get access to the credit to the cash. People do a lot of situations when it comes to their significant other, sending them the money and cashing it out that way. But using that as a good, strong deposit. So when the credit union say, okay, you took the 25,000 of your business credit, you took about 10 to 15 out of it, made that opening deposit, they give you around $1,000 in credit card bonus. Well, they give you $1,000 in checking account bonus. Plus, they'll give you a pre-approval on a personal. Then that's where you call the representative up and you ask the business department for a business credit card. And with that, you can probably get $20,000 to $30,000 business credit card based off of how strong your deposit was. So people do this when it comes to their home equity. People do this when it comes to their business sales. People do this when it comes to setting aside and saving up their paycheck month to month. She,
Yeah, man. I'm just listening to you.
yeah, man, if you have 700 credit score, as long as you don't have any hard inquiries in the past 30 days or nothing where it shows that you applied and failed, getting that business credit card can be something very simple. People use trade lines to be able to make sure that it kind of like bulletproof, so it guarantees it. Where if you add two, three more trade lines, that can be around 50, 60,000 in combined credit, plus 10 to 15 years when it comes to credit history combined of those three trade lines. So I added a trade line on one of my clients this morning. He got a notification on his email and a screenshot from me saying that he has been added as an authorized user. So that is the basis of the service that I provide. People are getting their situation lined up when it comes to their business plan. So when Cherie comes to me and say, real deal, the grants are open in March, people can be able to get their grants in March without no problem. They don't have a long waiting list because they already applied early. And can you please talk about that, man? People should always focus on applying early for every damn thing.
Yeah, that's my biggest thing when I be talking about the insurance part, and this boils down to business, financial decisions, man. Applying early, I'm gonna come from this standpoint from the insurance, and then I'm gonna move into the business part. Everybody wants to wait to the last minute, and when those grants come out, it's more like along the lines of first come, first serve. You can apply before the deadline, but if you have 3,000 grants being given across the whole United States, how good of a chance do you stand over 3,000? Yeah, you might have the first 3,000 denied, but then if you have over 1 million people applying for this grant, how likely for you to get it? And you're, the 1 million person that applied for the grant.
Mm-hmm.
The likeliness of you trying to get a grant with only a minimum of 300 people get it, and you're the millionth person, or let's say you the 900th person, 900,000 person to get applied for. You still got to go through all these other people before they even look at your application. Most people are denied due to little small simple things. Hey, I got a business, but I don't have a EIN number, or I have everything set up to a degree, but no account. You know, it probably small little requests that they ask for the when you actually apply, and you say, well, I can do that later. When they
Mm-hmm.
go back and look at your records, they say, well, well, you apply for your EIN number on um, March the 15th. That was actually the deadline in which the paperwork had to be turned in, and we required all these things to be processed before that date.
Exactly. So let me answer Morena's question really quick. So does it take at least 6 months for a hard inquiry to come off your credit? It usually does, but people don't dispute. People have access to debt settlement. So let me put this debt settlement papers. Have you heard of Yusuf L? Because he be on Super Sly's channel all the time. A debt settlement letter. So you have situations where you can use that. You can use a lot of the paperwork when it comes from yourself. Discharge. So it's a debt discharge response letter to get hard inquiries off your credit. So this is a 40-minute video that I want you guys to watch and look at. So this is like homework for everybody that's watching in when it comes to a useful hard inquiry. Yeah, people do credit sweeps all the time. That would be like a credit sweep. Let me put that link in the chat for you guys to do some research as well. That's a credit sweep. So Atlanta, Georgia is known for the credit sweeps. Atlanta, Georgia is known for the CPNs of people balling out 250,000, then took their CPN, cashed out, bought a house, cashed out, invested in a business. You know, Atlanta, Georgia is like number one when it comes to a lot of things. You got people like I mentioned to everybody all the time. Tasha K, she got a CPN and got a nice fat ass crib. You even got ex football players like Michael Turner. One of Michael Turner's people pretty much said that he got a situation where he got multiple LLCs, EINs, and they got all them things built up. So a lot of people use CPNs, man. They just pay it all off. They have enough cash to pay it within 30 days. But people use the CPN to PG stuff similar to the way how people use the EIN to PG another business. So that's LLC to LLC type of connection. Shade, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
But when it comes to credit sweeps, people use those things as quick as 30 days. So I got another video for you guys as well.
Do you know Key Business channel? The Key Business Podcast? No, it's
Oh,
K. I'm sorry, K Business Podcast.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
So basically,
Yes, I do.
he was basically doing the rundown to say it's way more easier than people think when trying to get their business license. Going to irs.gov, getting the EIN number, getting the paperwork set up with the state. Going down there, getting your authority set up for your LLC and everything. Just as simple as that. A lot of people think it's a lot of money, or just thinking it's just such a hard thing. You need a lawyer. That's why LegalZoom is making millions on this, man. They make it to where, oh man, this is a hassle with doing the paperwork. It's so dedicated, this and that. Basic, I think it was 3 pages, 2, 3 pages, or something like that.
Mm.
They get your authority set up. All you do is just plug in your information into the IRS to get your EIN available for you. And for those who want to take the route of having a virtual office, so you have a business license. That, I mean, in my opinion, from the things I heard, and getting a virtual office, it gets you the credit cards a lot faster, because when a bank
Regis.
sees that you're actually invested in a business address, because that's the first thing they are going to do. They're going to pull it up, and they're I mean, even if you don't have the credit, just having that business address, they give you a step over the rest.
Yeah, people use virtual addresses from Regis. People use a suite address like a corporate suite type of address, give it even more prestige when it comes to the corporate credit, end. So,
And the
that's
crazy
something
part
where
is their
people should
low
invest.
their low is
Uh-huh.
like $50. Some of them, in most cases, are 35.
Mm.
Paying $35 a month and getting that virtual address. So, I mean, that's a side note for anybody that's doing the business and getting it all set up.
Yeah, man. Let's speak about the unemployment, man. The black man unemployment being so drastic, man. We used to have the lowest unemployment, man. Now our shit is extremely high.
Yeah. I mean, for the most
Right.
part, people not just don't want to work, man. I mean, you got jobs out there every day, hiring. but it's just for the people that actually want to work. Sitting at home like that, man, it's depending on what do you want to do. I mean, because there a lot of these jobs are hiring. I mean, for the sake of it is to some degree, if you're paying high money, you still want somebody that's qualified. But on basic jobs, they're just hiring just to get somebody in there to fill that gap. Because I mean, it ain't that much hard you can do to mess
And
up
the
things. People are just
and the
not
fun
working.
and the funniest part about it is the lowest unemployment for the black community was 2019, 2018, around that area. It was the lowest unemployment. Now we got the highest. What the hell? What the hell, man? We got the highest. Like, damn. Like,
Where you
there's
gotta
trades out there, man.
you gotta look at it
There's
like
there's
this.
money everywhere, man. There's money everywhere.
You could
We
you
can
could
get back. We can get back to it. They need to cut certain type of things off, if you ask me.
the crazy part is this: you can stand to get those unemployment checks. You stand with somebody. If you having your own place, you're gonna have to go out there and get it. You know. So most of the people who are actually staying with someone, that I mean, it's easy to sit at home when you don't have to really pay no bills, significant bills. You can just pay a little here, and then you go about your way. I mean, in most cases, I mean, like I said, I knew I met guys and I worked with guys and talked with guys. They stayed at their mom's house till they turned like 24, 25 and went and bought a crib. They just stacked money. I knew kids I worked beside all the time, man. I would talk to these guys and they'd be like, yeah, man, my parents let me stay here, not paying any rent. You know, their thing is I can go party and do the regular, and they just want to see my account and have me keep a budget over my account, and they know how much money I make. So long as I put a certain amount in there, I can do
Hmm.
whatever else with the rest. And now, to the degree like this scenario is going on, the kids can easily say, "Mom, well, there's no work," because face it, if you're staying with most people, they don't really need your money. It's just to the point that you got to pay where you stay, and so you can kind of budget to not really go to work. And so I was like, I just don't get that, man. Like I did a stream the other day when I was talking about, you know, for the people that actually don't want to work for nobody, you have a car, they literally have multiple jobs right now to where you can go in business for yourself. You have most Lyft, Uber, and all these people who are driving for these rideshare companies. They literally get business license and going in business for themselves as their own entity, even though they're working up under these rideshare companies as a subcontractor. They coming in on them almost like a subcontractor, paying taxes on them and building credit with business through that. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And then you look at the point I see now, because I just seen it and it shocked me. You can actually get a package on Uber now. Like I think they can stop by the store and buy you some soda and bring it to you. They can they have it to where Uber Eats. You can do a bike now. You can take a bike, buy some McDonald's that's 5 minutes from your house, and somebody on a bike can pedal and bring it to you. You know. So if you have Uber in the area, like most people, I seen this guy on YouTube do it. He did Ubering for an hour and made $45 riding his bike around. He's like, this is my cardio workout for the day. So I just did this just on my bike. And I got paid to do it versus going to the gym.
Man, this leads to the rise of the 1099 contractor.
Yeah,
This
dude.
leads to the rise of the era of 1099 contractor on steroids. This is going to be on steroids. That shark, it's going to be on even more steroids, man. Because boy,
You know how
thank
many call
God,
centers?
uh,
Go ahead.
yeah, I was about to say that. I was about to say that call centers is a situation of you can take advantage of $4, $5 an hour labor, sometimes cheaper on online jobs, PH, and you can be able to leverage your check into making, you can be able to make so much money off of that labor, man. You can put that on e-commerce, teach them how to market, send them tutorial videos. You can leverage them when it comes to the angle of either not taking calls but handling your emails, data entry, um, order fulfillment when it comes to your drop shipping, high ticket products, like I mentioned all the
Personal
time.
secretaries. They have virtual.
Yeah,
They
man,
have
you can.
virtual secretaries. My friend has one to where his virtual secretary books his dentist appointments and doctor appointments on his calendar, set everything up for him, call the office, ask them the procedures and what's going on, what is going to be happening as far as the procedure, what you got to do. If he's doing the procedure, doing his 6 week checkup, they'll break everything down to the virtual assistant, and the virtual assistant takes notes, put it on his
Mhm,
calendar, and if it's something need
mhm,
to be of some urgency, call him and let him know. But other than that, send him an email, send him a text, let him know everything he needs to know. Like far as his business, he has a virtual assistant to do some papers that he have and for science and tech. He gets them to research it, and he just paid them extra to do the research project, like do a research project for him. Send him the paperwork actually in office, and he'll go and post it, and then just credit the virtual assistant as the author.
mm. Man, I got a question for everybody in the chat, man. Do y'all even want more stimulus? Do y'all motherfuckers even want more stimulus at this point when it comes to inflation? Them trying to tax everybody when it comes to the monies that was sent. Plus, Biden, when it cracked down on anything that's like $600, he's still trying to make it on all bank accounts. Like, do y'all even want more stimulus at this point? With inflation, meat going up 10 to 12% a year, double-digit inflation. Do y'all even want more stimulus? That is my question to everybody that's listening, from the ghost showers to the ghost listeners to people that's just coming in. Please like the video and please feel free to join the conversation. But do y'all even want more stimulus at this point?
That stimulus money is literally change that they're giving us. You know, it's literally change. If you look at it, let's say $1,800. Let's even break it down to some people getting $1,200. $1,200. I mean, even if you break it down to 1,200, that's $100 a month. What is $100 a month going to do for you? I mean, what can you can actually flip it to a certain degree, throw it in some crypto. Hopefully, it gets up. Do a stock options on it. Hopefully, you can get some
Mm-hmm.
money on that. But other than that, like, what literally can I mean, you can flip it and buy some wholesale stuff to try to sell. But if you don't have your business already set up for that, that's why when you hear all these people going to Amazon trying to sell in the market of sharks, these people been in here for years and months, and you come in here throwing your products online, you got swarms of other people selling almost the same stuff that you're selling. That's why I was like, a lot of people getting in the market late. The best place to do go is on Walmart right now. That's the best place to Etsy to do it yourself.
Yep.
A lot of
I
people don't
told
want to
people
work.
about this 2 years ago, man. I told people, why do people go in trends very late? I told people about this pre-pandemic, man. I told everybody when this shit wasn't even a fact. It wasn't even a thing. It was just something where if you was in the know, that's a digital marketer that's good with Facebook and Google Ads. Just something that you could throw any product on there and make any type of money work. That's why I tell people, if you want to get a trade, for all my black men out there that is unemployed, or black men that's employed, but the jabby, they want to mandate shit, and you're on a basis of what can I do as a trade, focus on digital marketing, Google, Facebook ads, sales funnels, retargeting, marketing when it comes to managing teams, ad copy, promo codes, um, social snowball.
Affiliate
Folk,
marketing.
yes, affiliate marketing, drop services when you're marking up somebody else's work when it comes to price of a service, something when it comes to anything that's a form of high ticket, mind you, because man, because we got so much opportunity. We are to the point where we don't have the warehousing that we did in the 80s and 90s. The 70s was actually at its height. Um, we need to focus on situations of black men, black women, anybody that's black, but specifically black men, because the situation of the employment causes the black community $50 billion, probably even more, $60 billion of lost income. When it comes to that measurement, man, that just shows you when the economy was strong in 2018, 2019, pre-pandemic, that shows you that that was 50 to 60 billion dollars that was added to black men's pocket. Help the family. So that's just situation. If no matter if anybody, if any or everybody agrees or disagrees onto that, that is something that is a known fact. That is a big factor when it comes to economics. And that's something where it can get better. It can go back to that. We just need situations of a certain type of a tax overhaul. So that means the situations of more employment, putting money aside for warehousing and manufacturing companies, certain type of tax credits when it comes to inner city areas, doubling the opportunity zone situations, and having apprenticeships in high schools and community colleges to be able to get black men active and ready for when it comes to the workforce. They can bring back the CETA program. Richard Nixon, when he was president, created the CETA program, and that helped a lot of black men in inner cities to be able to get government contracts and government jobs. So, did you know about that, Rashid?
No, no, I didn't hear about that. I mean, a lot of trades, people get into, man, they make decent money, but the younger kids, man, they want this fast money and the booming tech economy, man. Everybody's into the younger guys into crypto, into trying to flip a house. No one wants to take on those trades anymore. Those trades are slowly dying away. I listen to different guys. One guy, he's on YouTube. He's a carpenter. He was saying he's a carpenter by trade, and man, he's like the skill set of all the carpenters are dwindling. Even the other guy, he's a master electrician. Like I was talking to him on a panel one day. He was saying he easily go on a job and get a $40-50 an hour job, but by him being a master electrician, they just say, well, we got a job over in Reno, $30,000, 2 months or 3 months. You're making 10,000 a month. You know, they say that. I mean, that's how they pay because they want you to travel. So that 30,000 covers your travel expense for a hotel, you know, jobs or whatever. Like I said, it might be up 2 months. You do that 15 a month, or it might be 10,000, but you ain't doing something small, and it might give you comps to where well since we got it's not that big of a job. If we really need you on it, we'll pay this. A lot of guys not getting it no more. Everybody's into the e-commerce, switching it up. Those trades, man, are still good. That's like New York. They talk about how trash men. I heard those trash men get damn near $90,000 a year up in New York. I was like, whoa.
120. 120. I know a dude
Yeah.
that makes 120.
Trash. And I'm like, but then you gotta do the comps too of how expensive it is to stay up there. Then you kind of almost see why they get that much. Plus,
Well, houses is around 600 to 800,000 easily.
Yeah. Yep. I was just talking to my cousin earlier about this, man. I was telling him he was looking at getting a place. I was telling him, I said, man, why don't you just go ahead and get a quad, man? I'm like, you can get approved. You got the credit. You literally, had this business for years. I tell him, man, it shows in your account. You dropping 10,000 here and there, and get your quad. Go live in one. rent out the other three, you good. You know, if you would have been trying to grab that one that I was working on earlier, that would have been a sweet deal for me. You
Yeah,
know, and
man. When
I
it
was just
comes,
talking to the guy on it. He's closing.
mm,
Matter of fact, he closed, I think today, on 21st.
mm,
I think he closed today. Closed today on it. Closed on it in
that's
like less than 30 days, I think.
okay.
Yeah, because I think the
Okay,
guy
so
bought it,
he's
came
quick on
in
the
with
dial then.
cash. Came in cash, did his 15 day, uh, I think it's a 10 or whatever, 15 due diligence. And once he did that, just got everything approved, came in with cash, made sure all the stuff was good. His main thing was looking at the units because he had enough room to put two more units on the property, possibly four.
That's dope, man. That's a dope thing, man. When it comes to situations like that, that's just showing that everything can be very profitable, very quick for people that are the diligent when it comes to getting position on certain areas very quickly. Decatur is still cheap. Um,
Not too much.
it's
I'm gonna
still
tell you. I'm gonna
cheap.
tell you about.
It's cheap. It's
It's
cheap.
reasonable now. It's reasonable. I would say reasonable because I know somebody personally just got screwed on the deal. They paid 275, in my opinion, on the $180,000 house. In my opinion, you know, only thing they did was put new floors down, spruced up the kitchen. That's even like
Mm,
one of the houses I just helped renovate. I got to check out what that got sold for because when I went and seen the house personally, the only thing that was nice in the house was the kitchen. This guy literally he he, he cleaned up the floor. I can say he probably redid the floor, but all the money
mhm,
went into the kitchen because the guy personally told me he had put a new countertops, all new appliances from Best Buy, and I'm like, why'd you go Best Buy? Could have got a cheaper deal if you'd went to an outlet, the scratch and dent outlet, because most of those scratch and dents they have appliances. I did one house back in the day. This guy got the Samsung, I think it was a Samsung and the LG with the monitor in there, and that came out. It was like $4,500 or $5,000 for that refrigerator. It was on the Wi-Fi setup. This guy
mhm,
only got it for 22 or 2,300. I was like, dang, that's like almost like 20, 23 or 2,200 markdown. And he was like, yeah. But when he pulled it out, he had a massive dent on the side. But he was like, the refrigerator's gonna be pushed in. He said, how likely is a resident to a person who owns the house? How likely are they to pull out the refrigerator unless it's an issue? And he was like, even though they might get mad, it's a big dent on the side. Everything else in the front looks good. You know, that's one of the key things when buying a house is people not checking stuff like that. But that's one little
mm.
thing, you know.
Yeah, cause that's $70,000 that they paid over.
Exactly. And I and
That's
I,
like,
I seen the house. I'm like, man, the house is nice. But then when I started looking at the area, I started doing the comps in the area, seeing what houses were selling for compared to last year what they sold for. I was like,
mhm,
yeah, it's a price gouge over here. Personally, I want to dare buy a house unless I'm gonna like right now, unless I'm gonna use the house to make more money off it by renting it out, and it's a decent price to where I can afford to pay the markup and won't lose. You know, 70,000 that's too much of a loss. I mean, I can see along the line anything under the 40 or 50, I can work with that. But that 70,000, you might as well go ahead and just pay 100,000, a 70,000 markup.
Mm. So if anybody wants to join the panel, feel free. Click on the link. Click on the link. A man dropped off. If anybody have any questions when it comes to credit repair, or if they have any commentary when it comes to their game plan, I'm very eager and interested to be able to hear you guys when it comes to this. Because this is something that is so important. It is so vital. It is so vital, man, because we're dealing with situation of administration that literally has mismanaged damn near every single damn thing. If they have the economy tanking, what you need to focus on is having a stable business where people are still buying something. Position yourself to capture payments, position yourself to still be able to have properties that you can buy on the come up. Look for notice of defaults, code violations, trustee sale. So these are something that you can be able to Google search. I'll type it in the chat for anybody that is in need of this notice of default / notice of trustee sale. And when it comes to tax liens, Texas, Arizona, and North Carolina. Well, Texas and Arizona, they have high interest that you can make. Okay. So Texas, Arizona, they have the high interest rates that you can make. I think Texas is like around 16% interest on your money. And that's in Texas, pardon me. And that's because the property taxes in Texas is so high. That's because there's no state income tax, so they got to make their money up on the back end. I'm waiting for somebody to come up on the panel. So now I'm eager for anybody that's new that hasn't come up on the panel to come up on the panel. Click on the link, come up on the panel. Because everybody's game plan is different. and everybody has a special case by case scenario. So I need somebody to come up on the panel to be able to provide some commentary, ask some questions, or bounce off some ideas off of each other. So I'm going to put in the chat a credit lender that can be able to get you some good personal and business credit cards. Credit. Personal and business credit cards. Soft pull on credit. Ah, that is funny. All right, Marina, I see you. Let me type this in really quick. That is funny. Hello.
Hola.
Okay. So when it comes to situations, which you said on the chat, it usually does takes around 6 months to be able to do that, but you can dispute something very heavily where people wind up getting it off within 3 months.
Uh-huh.
So say if you need credit, if you're credit challenged right now and you need something, people, and that's funny, a lot of immigrant and foreigners use CPNs where they will use the credit profile number. It's built for them. It's like a secondary social security number, and they wind up getting $40,000 to $50,000 in funding. Times that by 4 members in their family that are adults, that's $200,000, and that's why they have the ability to buy businesses in LA and Las Vegas.
Funding for what though? What are they getting funding for? They just apply for it and they get it?
Yes.
Wow.
They get pre-qualified for credit cards. They get pre-approvals when it comes to any type of auto loans, and they get what they want.
So with my last name I can get some money?
Well, minority, you could get
I'm a
minority
minority
grants.
and I got a Latin last name. You talking about these immigrants coming out? Are you talking about Arabs and Asians, or are you talking about Latinos? Because I know Arabs and Asians definitely get incentives and they get money. They get grants. I know that for a fact.
But yeah, man, when it comes to situations like that, yes, they do.
Okay. I thought you was talking about Latinas. They don't want to give us nothing.
Yes, they do.
You saying
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The Hispanic Heritage Foundation, well, you got to be part of their membership group, so you got to pay dues. So that's where you paying dues makes sense.
That's West Coast?
Yes.
Okay, so that's geared more to Mexicans in Central and South America, probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
People from Ecuador and Guatemalans.
Yeah.
So
I know qualify for that.
well, you got to research situations when it comes to Dominicans and Cubans.
Well, I can go to Miami and then find out because that's where all my people do that. But
well, that's where people get a SAM's number, SAM's number, and that's where you can qualify and bid for government contracts as a minority.
Oh.
I Fund Women. I Fund Women is another program that you can get when it comes from women grants.
Uh-huh.
I Fund Women. So that's literally one word.
Oh, that's the name of it? I Fund Women?
Yes, I Fund Women. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
You said you fund women. I'm like, where?
No, that's the name of it. So let me put that in the chat.
Yeah, let me see that. What the curl say? It definitely does. It takes hard inquiry. It takes 2 years. I thought it was 6 months. Okay, but Real said that you could dispute it, Curl, supposedly.
Yes, that's why they have this dispute letters all the time.
Mm,
People fix their own credit. People charge when it comes to an automated tool.
right.
So Curl's actually right. Curl's actually right. It does take a long time. That's why you don't want to get those hard open accounts, man. You can't get those
Those
open
hard
accounts.
entries are like when you're applying for a car loan, stuff like that, right?
Yes. And you
Gotcha.
got a janky ass car dealership that puts like 3 or 4 hard inquiries, like one credit profile did, and your shit is cooked.
They did that to me one year because they're trying to see what bank will finance you, right? So they'd be like, "Oh, we got 10 banks. Don't worry about it." So I have 9 hard. You know what I'm saying? Like I have like 9. This was years ago, but that's what they do, right?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, man. That's
One
some
client.
Josie swindlers, the Josie swindlers.
Okay, so let me put that in the chat for you so you can pull it up. So it's I Fund Women. So I put that in the chat for you.
You said that's in Florida?
They're nationwide.
Oh, the nationwide. Okay. I fund the women. And you have to have your LLC ready for that?
LLC.
Oh, you know my LLC story, Real. I've been doing it since I've been talking to your ass, so that's almost a year now.
And it's funny. So LLC is required. You can get certain things that's from the personal side, but it's funding startups. So looking to raise debt-free money to fund your business. You can start the crowdfunding, or you can have it where you have somebody like Cherie. Did you saw the 10K the 10K project interview that I did with Cherie?
Yeah,
You
a few
was
days
there
ago
for
or
that.
last week or something. Yeah, I believe so.
Yes, she creates the business plan and she has the SBA lenders and private lenders. So she had it. Rewatch that video again because she was talking about mainly women grants, and she will get back to me when it comes to black man grants as well.
But she was saying something. Was she saying that I was a little not clear on? I think the other girl was trying to do something. I think she said she was trying to get buildings or something. I don't know. She was way off. And she said she had to look at something for her before she can see what kind of money. No, she was talking about what sort of banks would fund her the money or would lend her
Yes.
the money. I don't know. I think she said one thing. She was saying one route is harder than the other. Make sense? You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, so she was talking about the basics of SBA versus the traditional bank when going to get something. So the SBA will fund 90% and you got to have 10% down pay.
Gotcha.
You got to have that, and it's easier to have a business
And
funded than
collateral,
a
right?
real estate property.
And collateral,
Yes.
right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that property is the collateral. So
She said
when
that was the
they
harder one, right? I'm sorry to cut you off. She
yes.
said that was the harder one. So what's the easier one?
Well, that is the easiest one. The real
Oh, that
estate is the hardest
one.
one because I try to get everybody to real estate, and she isn't as connected when it comes to real estate. So that's why I have lenders, like everybody that book consultation is in my network. They have the access to the lenders when it comes to real estate. So they do 95%, where you only got to put 5% down pay, but it's high
Mhm.
interest. You're gonna have to pay 12% interest.
Oh, okay.
95% where it's damn near almost all of the property, or you can do the 90% LTV where it's 10% down payment investor loans,
Mhm.
100% construction loans, get you a good construction crew in Texas, and
Now
they
tell
can
me
be able
though,
to
why
find your
would a
property.
woman want to do that? Let's say a woman like me who has no experience with that. Why would I want to get into something like that?
You try to give it to your peoples.
What do you mean? I don't got no peoples down here. So
It's
what would I do with
your
something?
family. Your
Huh?
family. Duh. Your family.
Yeah, my family's up north, for real.
Yes, in Nevada. So Las Vegas and Summerlin, I have the property.
Mm-hmm.
So that's being rent out, and I have a condo in the situation that I have in LA. So LA to Vegas, that condo needs to be rid of though. So Vegas is going to be full time in Vegas. So I get access to my cash The condo, if I can be able to get 275 for the condo, and it's worth around 350, I'll be fine. Try to hurry up and get rid of it.
Are you
So
answering? Okay, you're answering his. I was like, what? I'm lost now. I was like, what are you
no,
talking about?
he said, do I own any properties? So yes, one in Vegas and the condo in LA.
Gotcha. So
So
okay, back to me, Curl. um, so if I take out, let's say I get approved for a loan and I got it, I have to use, if I get it in Texas, I have to use it in Texas.
Curl should come up on the panel. Curl,
Maybe he's
Curl.
tired from work. It's Friday. Blah blah blah. But do you understand what I'm saying? Real?
Well, you got a nationwide lenders. They can fund anywhere.
But does it have to be where I reside, or it could be I can get that loan and I can say I want to operate, or I want to build, or I want to use it in another state?
You can do that as well. That's no problem.
I didn't
As long
realize.
as you got the bread, as long as you got the bread, you can make it happen. You can make it happen.
Okay.
But when it comes to a lot of foreigners, they have, like the Asian foreigners, they have situations of 7-year tax break where they don't have to pay taxes for 7 years.
Is
That's
that
like a
is that any Asians, or it's like Koreans and Chinese and Japanese?
most of them are Chinese. Most of them are Chinese coming to California.
So why do they have that deal? Why do they have that deal?
Hey, they lobby. They lobby Bill Clinton. When Bill Clinton was president, that was the situation where America started seeing a shift where it was starting being favorable when it comes to China. That's where most of our manufacturing.
Money from okay.
Manufacturing went to China, Vietnam. So, and for an exchange, actually, it wasn't nothing that benefit us except government, because they pretty much had them coming through $10 million in the government's pocket. They wound up getting 7 years in tax breaks, 15 million for a lot. Well, 15 million Asians in a 20-year span. So that's like 7 years. So just imagine the deficit of them not paying.
Right.
Even S Shark, she from Cali, she know.
I'm telling you, we're really slow when it comes to politics. I'm never interested in politics, and lobbying does work because I know these big corporations pay for lobbying and stuff like that so they can get what they want, and we never got our footing in that.
Well, a lot of people don't know what that term is. They say lobby. What? Only time when you heard of lobbying.
They don't teach it in school anymore. They taught it for me in school. They don't teach it to you guys anymore. They don't teach that in school. That's something you have to research on your own. Like, I know my son is not learning any of that. We got that. I got that in high school. I forgot what they call that class.
Civics. Civics, government.
Yes, civics. Yes, exactly. You guys don't get that. That was the 80s and the 90s. I think by the time the 2000s came, they just pulled all that shit out. Did you get that when you were in high school?
Yes, that was actually the course. That was the course that I had to pass in order to be able to graduate. So yes, I was like the last class. So in 2010, 2012.
Gotcha.
2013.
After school specials, right?
Yep.
That's ridiculous.
Yep.
No, it was even in our cartoons and stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, you guys don't get that. Like, I don't know.
When it comes to that, that's a lot of money that they don't get taxed, and they're reinvesting it into your local liquor stores.
In the hood.
To your local hair salons. Are you on your laptop?
Vegetable and fruit market.
Vegetable and food markets. Corner bodega stores.
Yes, as a shark. My son, I had to teach my son how to write cursive because he wanted to learn. They don't even teach him how to read a clock. They can't even read a watch. No. They don't know how to handle money. They teach them math, but they don't know how to handle money. Like, send them to the store with $50 and something costs $2.79, and what's your change? Like, dude, because the new math has them all fucked up. And he's good at math. I'm like, dude, they don't teach you how to use money? You don't use money anymore, real. Everything's on a card. I got him a card, and I was like, damn, I should teach you how to use cash, but I don't even use cash anymore,
Nobody does. Nobody does. Everybody is in the basis of leveraging either one credit. The smarter people know how to leverage credit, where if they do have some cash, people use secured credit cards, but people should get trade lines because they can be able to get a $50,000 trade line for their son, and their son can get approved for a $15,000 loan or a $15,000 credit card himself,
For my
or
son.
20,000. Yeah, people use authorized like trading. Matter of fact, let me give you a website. So trade line supply, mind you,
Mm-hmm.
is a trade line company, and you can see their prices where you can be able to get a $40,000 trade line. That's a 5 year history.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, matter of fact, SR, can you delete?
My credit went down. I owe a lot. I owe 70K on two. Ah, okay. So I messed up. That's not bad. That's still not bad though, Curl. You're still definitely better than me. That's not
770.
bad.
He could still get a lot of shit. I don't know what Curl mad at.
Curl has collateral, so he can get anything he fucking wants, even with that credit score. You have a lot of collateral. Mm-hmm.
So trade line. So these trade lines is more expensive than my prices, but this is a trade line company where
Mm-hmm.
people can be able to get a good line of credit. Where right now I'm looking at the prices on the website. You can get a Chase $9,000 line of credit for
Mm-hmm.
$400, and that's a 5 year history. Or you could get the $15,000 Discover credit card line of credit for 420. Let me go to the higher limits. So people that
420.
is
Even 420.
$420
Really?
for a trade line. Yeah,
Oh.
my price is a lot cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
But this is
That's not bad.
situations people can get up to on this website. Let me go to the max.
Average
So
credit, 3 years, 3 to 5 months. Okay, 3 years, 5 months. Okay.
okay. So on this you can get a 21-year-old trade line
Me too,
for
girl.
$800. So
Free. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, real.
so everybody that's listening, you can get a $20,000 Discover trade line. That account was open October 2000. So that means that they had perfect credit since the year of 2000. October, its purchase deadline is January 30th. So you got until the end of this week to buy it, and it will show up on your credit report by February 10th to February 17th. So that means by February 10th to February 17th, this 22-year-old trade line will appear on your credit report, Curl. So
Is that
Curl has an
legal? That's
average
legal?
credit. Yes, that's called
Mm.
piggy banking.
I'm like, that don't sound right. Okay.
Oh my God. See, they don't teach black people, they
That's what
don't
I'm saying.
teach
Of course
Hispanic
not. That's
people.
why I was like, that legal? That's I never heard of that. Yeah, just gotta make sure. You're absolutely
So,
right. Black people and Hispanics. I don't think we all know about that.
like, golly, man, like, this is a 22-year-old trade history, $20,000 credit limit. And this is somebody that's renting their credit. So pretty much you're renting somebody else's credit. So
Okay, I see what you're
that's why
saying.
it's
Okay.
legal. So this person knows that you're on its credit report. So they
Gotcha.
know that you're on the credit report. So that credit card doesn't go to you. They cut it.
Oh, I never heard of that. Okay, girls, I never heard of that. I never did either, so I'm curious. I know that the only time I heard of anything even close to that is like when I was thinking about getting a liquor store and using somebody's liquor license, and then you have to pay that person because it's so hard to get your own liquor license. Like, so it's kind of that same
That's
concept.
doable. That's doable as well.
Yeah,
You can
yeah.
do that. People do that as well. So let me get Curl a video so he knows what this means. So
Mhm.
pretty much when somebody has good credit and they want to make money off of them having good credit, they can be able to put somebody on their credit
You
report.
did, girl? Jeez, they said it's really hard to get a liquor license, so The guy I used to work with in the liquor store had one, and he was telling me how that would work and how much I would have to pay him if I wanted to do that. Well, I guess in New Jersey and New York City, I don't know what it's like in the state you live in, but I know it's really hard to get it. Like you have to know, get out of here. You have to know somebody like to get it. It's usually really hard to get it right off the bat. On your own, that is. Oh, okay.
I'm
Dang.
surprised Curl. I'm surprised Curl hasn't heard about it because Curl can make about $5,000 off of his high ass line of credit cards. So he can sell his credit history to somebody that needs credit. So that's piggy banking.
Empty pockets, of course. I hear every word's hard. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm from New York, so I heard, and I was in Jersey at the time, so I know those two states. It's pretty hard to get it, especially if you're a person of color. He was a small hats guy, so he was willing to work with me at that time. I never jumped on it, so here I am. I've had so many opportunities. Really, you don't even fucking know. You don't even know. But cheers what it is.
He said it was in the hood. That is funny.
Of course, I believe it. Instead, emptied yours. Yeah.
Because when it comes to situations of a bar, how much bars cost in Philly, man? 500,000, 600,000 now?
Yeah, it shouldn't be that much. I don't think it's that much. You funny, girl.
Because LA bars is around $2 million.
Get out, really? That might be like that in New York, in certain parts of Jersey, depending on where you're at. But I don't know, PA. I think the further south you go, the easier it is. Depends. Like the college town I'm in, no, it costs you an arm and a leg.
Because even if you're in Nipsey Hussle's old neighborhood, that's around $1.3 million. That's Crenshaw District. They're building a Metrolink. Metrolink line.
Yeah.
So Nipsey, he took care of his daughter. She has $1 million in trust. But if he was still alive, that property building would be worth $6.5 million.
Wow. How are they handling his estate? Are they taking? Well, his brother is, right? I think his brother got.
Yes. Yes, his brother is the head of the estate, and his brother is quieter than a church mouse.
Well,
he's
that's
living
good,
his life, and he's staying low key.
As he should. As he should.
So when it comes to that range, that building would be worth $6.5 million if he was still alive. He could have, if he was a person that got a loan, he would have got a $4.5 million loan and reinvest probably in around the surrounding areas. And you know what, Tariq Nasheed?
Don't talk to me about that.
Man, he literally tries to copy off everybody's swag, man. You know, oh boy.
He's an actor.
His situation of the museum, man, he tries to do it in an area where if he does open it, the city's gonna fine him for not mandating that either people show their vaccination proof. So Tariq has literally made a scenario where he wants to invest in Crenshaw District.
Yeah,
so he said it's historically black. No, Crenshaw is historically Jewish. In the 50s and 60s, Crenshaw is historically Jewish.
Is it?
Yes.
I saw some movies. I thought it wasn't Jewish. I thought it was like waspy.
Central Avenue. Central Avenue is the historically black. 50s and 60s was still Jewish in Crenshaw.
Why did I thought it was waspy in there, not Jews? In Crenshaw? Yeah?
Yes.
No, I'm not thinking Crenshaw. What's the other hood in LA? Maybe it's not Crenshaw.
Compton.
I think it's Compton. Yeah, it was waspy. It wasn't Jewish. Yeah, I think it's Compton. Yeah.
So when it comes to LA districts, he tried to say, well, this is historically. No, it's not. I'm like, dude, you see, you're not asking the right people. You're not asking the right people. That was long enough. See.
I told a friend of mine that his family owns a church in a town in Jersey, and I was like, dude, that's a landmark. You know, African American church that his grandfather built that people still, you know, I'm like, that's like, right? You have to apply for that, right? In the town that you live in to make it like a landmark or historical, whatever you call that.
Yes, you gotta apply in situations of them
I
getting
think people
you.
don't know about that stuff, real, and then it's like it's tax free, right? Isn't like you don't pay taxes,
Yes,
you don't pay property tax and stuff like that.
no
Yeah.
property taxes. You can be able to do your business without paying no property taxes. You can have people come
Mhm.
in, you can charge admission, you can reinvest it back in the community. People do nonprofits, and you know how nonprofits go.
So
You know,
that's what I'm envisioning, because we're not supposedly we're not supposed to say what they are. Like we're not supposed to say it, so we have to use
yeah, we can't
adjectives,
openly say.
adjectives. Yeah, so even I think Asian, we're not supposed to. I heard somewhere you're not supposed to say Asian. I never heard that because then, I could be talking about East Indian, so I don't know why they claim you can't say that either. But they're trying to censor everybody's speech. I guess on YouTube is cracking down and stuff.
Yep, yep.
Mm.
So when it comes to any neighborhood that you know, a lot of the gentrification is based off of opportunity zones. So let me put the opportunity zones map of New
Let
Jersey.
me ask you something though, real Detroit. Why are you not looking in Detroit?
Man, Detroit is so rough.
Yeah,
It's
but
too rough.
what rough is what as far as what?
Man, I built up something where I can get something for 5,000. I get a $10,000 loan on it. Then what? Now what? Now I'm gonna have to buy more security just in
Because
case if
it's gonna
somebody
get
break in.
gentrified too. Like if you can buy up shit cheap now in Detroit, it's in another 5 years, I think, maybe 10. It's gonna be worth like so much fucking money.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. Matter of fact, I'm gonna look at Detroit because I'm gonna be forced into it because I got people that are clients.
Yeah, that's when I want you to start talking to me and telling me, educate me on that because I think that's where I should be looking. Look at trumpets, where I should be focusing my little pennies and think long term. This is, I mean, if you're thinking long term, this is not going to be something that you're going to see like a return on right away. But think long term.
Matter
Aren't
of
they
fact,
building something over there? Aren't they building like a stadium or something? Aren't they building something over there?
in Detroit, if they're remodeling I think they're either
Everything,
yeah,
everything. Hmm.
they're remodeling. So Newark, New Jersey is a lick, man. We showed you the
I don't
map
like nothing Newark.
already.
I've been to Newark. I don't like nothing Newark. No, no,
So
no.
properties 4 years ago was $80,000 in Newark, and now
Mhm.
they're around 275. So all the black people that wound up buying a house, all the Dominican, Puerto Rican, the fat booty Dominicans that got a house and actually stayed on it, they managed to get a profit on the equity. So these are the opportunity zone
Curl,
areas where people make money.
I
Mhm.
rent from lack of motivation on my part and pure procrastination and bullshitting because I can't blame the partner I have, but he played a part in me not being focused and doing what I could have been. I could have been owned, Curl, 10 times over. I've had so many opportunities in my hand that I let slip. So yeah, I'm still renting. But I'm not leaving Texas until I own something because I live in a college town, Curl. So I'm not trying to leave here without buying some sort of property because I'm never gonna lose my money on that.
Nope, you can be able to make so much money in a college town
Mm-hmm.
renting. Plus, they get government money, so it's guaranteed.
Yep. So,
So
but
that
yeah,
is
Curl.
that
Sorry.
is that is in Newark, New Jersey, and let's go to Trenton. So let me type in Trenton, New Jersey.
How, Curl? I need to know that. My rent's really cheap, Curl. So
Well, we talked about the NACA program. We literally
who?
talked about NACA, NACA. They have down payment assistance and they have first time home buyer program. Me and Alonzo talked about it when we was live.
Sometimes I'm in and out, and I'm usually working when I'm listening to you. So you came on after office hours. Real? You're usually on during the day when I can't focus.
Don't get mad at me, Morena. But Trenton, New Jersey, opportunity zones map. So all the people that's in the East Coast, because most of my people that listen to me are in the East Coast. So they sing with their grovelly ass New York voices. Man, what's going on when it comes to Trenton, man?
Hmm.
Okay. Trenton And this is 10-year tax cuts. When Trump comes back to office, it'll be 20-year tax cuts in these zones, in these hoods. So, Curl, my man, Trump 2024, man, period.
Is he gonna run again? People keep saying that, but I haven't heard him say he's
Yes.
gonna run again. He's running again?
Yes. So when he gets back in office, because Biden is at like 32% approval rating, Biden has literally pissed off everybody.
Oh, you work
He
in
pissed.
Trenton sometimes. Oh yeah, it's pretty close. Yeah, it's close to
So when he extends the tax cuts, it'll be 20-year tax cuts. So Curl, his property's in the opportunity zone. Any new properties that comes out in that situation area, he can be able to take advantage as well. So Curl can be able to make the most money on opportunity zones in Trenton.
Are you sure he said that real? He said he's running again?
Yes.
So people just want him to run again.
No. This motherfucker already said
he's running again. Boy, his ego is boost the fuck up. I know he's happy as fuck. Yeah, because you know all this is ego. He don't give a shit about being president. This is all ego. Yo, I'm president. I've been president. I beat out such and such, and the other president before me wasn't shit. Blah 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 blah.
But when it comes to that, opportunity zones is something where he can make money off of.
What is that, Curl? What the hell? What's a tax abatement?
That means he doesn't have to pay taxes for 10 years straight.
Why?
Because he invests in an underserved community. They call it underserved. So Bill Clinton, when he was president, he had the Community Reinvestment Act. So Donald Trump in 2017, he created the Opportunity Zone Act. So that is situations where if you in the hood, you fix and flip and fully renovate the properties that look like a bombed out property from Fallout video game or something from Silent Hill. If you fix that up, that's 10-year tax break. Plus you can rent that motherfucker out 80 doors, 2 G's a month, $1,400 a month, Airbnb it. That's what he's doing. That's what Curl's doing.
Oh, but Curl knows. Curl, you do your own work, right? You're your own you fix everything up yourself, no? I don't trust contractors. I know my aunt's husband is one, and she should deal with other people, and that's like hit or miss. And if you don't know what the fuck you're doing, if you trust people, you're dealing.
So when old boy gets back in office, he's gonna extend it to 20 years. So that means he cut his own taxes. Technically, he cut his own taxes. Plus, Curl has it where corporate taxes on his corporate LLC will go from 21% lower to 12%. So that means all the people that have LLC. So Obama, he raised taxes when he was in president. Bush had it at 26%. Obama raised the corporate taxes to 35%. Then when Trump came to office, he lowered it from 35% to 21%. Biden right now, he's trying to rise it to 21, where it is now, the 29%, but Congress is not letting him.
Oh. Interesting.
So that means
oh God, I gotta
my man.
No, I'm bullshitting.
My man doesn't have to pay no taxes. He gets a discount, and they don't go up for 10 years. Well, he does pay taxes at a discount, but your renovations can be a carryover. So that means if he has an expense of $150,000 on his renovations, he can break it up 1 year after the other. So he can deduct $25,000 on his business taxes in. So he can deduct. It. So that's so much fucking money that he can save. Curl has a lot of properties when it comes to these areas.
I didn't vote for him, Curl, but so Curl, do you do your own rehabs, or you contract somebody to do it?
I think he does his own shit. Yeah. So people that's in construction win off of this shit.
They do it in Jersey. That's how all the Italians got it in Jersey.
So, okay.
Let me find out Curl's Italian. Let me find out Curl. You're one of those Italians.
So do I drop ship bundles? Yes, I still drop ship bundles. Yes. Hair bundles, HD lace, 26, 28 inches, 32-inch bundles.
You know, that's what I'm trying to get into. Shit. But I want to go to India. No, I paid someone to build my house. Okay.
Okay. I thought you do your own shit. Oh, but
for some reason, Carl, I thought it was you that did it.
I don't think they are, man. I don't think they are, man, because he banged on everybody. Because now Biden has now they have the mandates where businesses that's under 100 people,
Mm-hmm.
they got it. They got to take the jab.
All right.
But the Supreme Court ruled against it. But he's
Mm-hmm.
trying to go past OSHA, so that's the OSHA.
Mm-hmm. I know. Sean.
So
Mhm. Now,
so
is
that
this true? They're saying that that they're trying to mandate the vaccination for you to vote now.
no, no.
Okay, that's just
If they,
that's
well, some extremists do want it. Some Dems want it because they say, well, it's gonna cause a super spreader event. Everybody standing in line.
well, they're giving freaking the my cousin told me about it. She gave me the website for the to get the for testing thing for COVID. Why are they giving that away? They're doing all the
They want
windows.
it, they want everybody to get tested.
Yeah, but
When
are
it-
they going to keep track of that? I don't think they're going to keep track of it now, right? You tested, you're just going to find out whether you have it or not. But they're not forcing you to send back your results or anything like that. So then, what's the use of
it
giving?
depends on your state. It depends on your state because you in the big T,
Sure.
Texas and Florida. They don't require that. But California, you gotta make sure that before you leave, you get on that flight. So that means when I get on the flight from LA to Vegas, I gotta test negative.
So if I want to go to Vegas now, I got to test negative.
No, not in Vegas, but in LA, they want you, if you were Californian, they want your ass to test negative when coming in and test negative when you're going back out.
It's free. You get 4. Yeah, I already signed up for it. I did it yesterday, Carol. My cousin Fulana gave it to me.
Yo,
Mm,
call Falana, man. Get her on the panel.
I'm on my cell phone now, so if I call her up, I'll lose you.
Call
Um,
Falana and call Julie with her fine ass.
I don't have Julie's number. I wish I did, but I don't have her number. I don't have her number. I think you guys are making her feel funny now since you guys made such a big deal, even though she did put herself out there. She hasn't made a big deal about it. So I think she's feeling some sort of way.
What?
I don't know. I mean, I would too, kind of, sort of. Someone
Yo.
stole your what? Oh, your kid. Yeah. Yep. This is. You have so much info. I swear, I need to pick your brain once I got my shit together. I got Julie's number. I'll call her. Yeah, call her, girl.
Yeah, man.
Girl is funny. But yeah. I have to. I really do. You know, I told you that's 3 times, man. I really gotta get on the ball with that shit. I really do. Once I get that out the way, everything else should come easy, right? I should be able to do everything else. No, I'm capping. I know you are. $50 for 2 tests in each box. $50. What's she talking about? I'm talking about what Carl's talking about. SS Shark. Okay, hold on a second. Let's see.
Call Falana and shit to see
She
if
just
she
sent me a
could
message
come
on
through.
IG. Let me see if I can tell her. Hold on.
Give it a link. So for all the people that's coming in, please like the video. Please like, share, and subscribe. If anybody has any questions, type it in the chat. If anybody wants to come up to ask any questions to me on the spot about credit, stocks, crypto, or real estate in their area, how to be able to profit in between as the middleman, as signing contracts to your cash buyers, please feel free to come up on the panel.
Say panel.
And if
The panel. The panel.
panel,
She's been MIA because Moonchaser hasn't done a stream. If you notice, Carl, she's only on Moonchaser's stream. She doesn't go on anybody else's, so he has to come on for her to come on.
I
I don't
want
know.
Big Super to come in, but
Like,
this is a
no, I don't
financial
think
channel,
so.
bro.
He worked late today and he's working overtime tomorrow, so I don't know. He said he was really tired, so I don't think so. I didn't ask him, but I don't think so. Although they stated you can save the receipt and get a refund by insurance. Oh.
Wow. Wow, on the test. Wow, okay. Well, to be honest, I'm not a stickler when it comes to that, but it's protocol. It's protocol.
Hmm. Mm-hmm.
Treat everybody like lab rats here in California, or we like little kids. We don't know any better.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to be anybody's lab rat. So I hope she's coming now.
The link is in the chat.
Yeah, I see it. Let me see if I can get back to her. I just saw it.
I swear to God, I hate how everybody talks about Blackistan.
Oh yeah, just I follow him too. I just got the notification. I'm
I'm
looking at
like,
everything with getting free ones. Right? Why? I don't plan on getting that thing, so and I permanently work from home, which is good. That's why I do want to move back to the East Coast real, but I have to buy property here before I leave. And then I want to get into some property. I want to own something when I go back up north, but I have to get. I got a 5-year plan. There's so much crap I want to do. Government is it's like, yeah, hell yeah. If you don't know the ins and outs of it, and Real seems to know a lot. That's a shark. Like we don't do this research. I mean, I would honestly, I wouldn't because I would get like overwhelmed, or I just wouldn't want to get bothered with it. So I would have to talk to somebody like you.
yeah,
That's
so when it comes to everything, I
experience.
told people about the food stamp increase. I told people to invest in Albertson stocks when it comes to food stamps increase, because even when Trump was in office, the first stimulus check, that was around $80 billion. The second stimulus check, that was around 25 billion.
You're
Then
not
the
gonna do that
situation
anymore.
now, it's $175 billion when it comes to food
Government's on
stamps.
fire,
So
always. They're not giving us any more stimulus, right?
man, no, the child income tax credit is getting extended, but not another 1,400. Yes, Albertson stocks.
I
So
got
anything
my
that's
letter. I don't
grocery
know how that's
store,
gonna affect me when I file my taxes.
yes. Well,
They're
they're
not.
gonna add that as income. So that's how Uncle Joey pays everybody. See, that's how Uncle Joey gets his money.
Yeah, well, that's
See, they are slick. These
it's
motherfuckers are
okay.
slick.
I mean, I was able to use it. I was able to use it, so no biggie.
By that particular one, well, actually, because it's a public stock, it's like one of the specific public stocks that you know that, oh, okay, it's Albertsons. It's ALB ticketer. Stock ticker ALB. So yes, y'all borrowed it. So no, not another 1,400. Now businesses can get more stimulus based off of the SBA, but not the regular person, nah, because they got to increase the GDP. If they're gonna give any type of stimulus, it's gonna be business stimulus, corporate stimulus. So the Lakers, when they had the PPP, they first was about to take the $1 million in PPP money,
Mhm.
because they're a small business. But the
You already.
government
Oh,
qualified.
okay. But couldn't you have paid off what you owe had you taken that? That PPP money wasn't free money, right? You have to pay it back.
Gotta pay that shit back. Like there is loan forgiveness, but yeah, everybody was doing that shit and trying to get a Lambo. I'm playing, but when it comes to shit like that, it can be forgiven. You gotta apply for that though.
Hey, cuz, click that link. Mm,
Falana, click on
click
the link.
that link. What I was gonna say, so that PPP loan, okay, Curl said he didn't take it because he owed money already. So mad people took it and they're gonna have to pay that shit back. They're gonna have to the most of the people that took it can't afford to pay it back, right?
No, no, a lot of them didn't have the employees. A lot of them didn't have the businesses. A lot of them
Wow.
actually just said, "Well, I had 4 employees. A lot of them had fake social security numbers. A lot of them was trying to report foreign workers as well. I'm giving them money. Like there's this one person, I had to stop being her consultant because she was trying to report an African as somebody that was on her roster as an employee while trying to
Mm,
get the PPP. I said,
mm.
uh, no, no. That's a little too irresponsible. But when it comes to that, I don't see you.
So
EIDL grants, they're closed, so they stopped taking applications.
mhm.
Hey, Pete.
EIDL grants, they're closed, so they stopped taking applications.
That's you, Missy.
Yo,
Cierra la ventana.
My bad. I'm multitasking here today.
See, what you doing?
I was talking to an ex-employee trying to get him back.
Oh, the one that you said will come back if you're still there.
No, that's another one. This is for a different position. So
your job is hiring like crazy, huh?
Yeah, well, things are, getting back in action. And we were, 150 employees, and now we're down to like 60, and we got to get that number back up.
Right.
So I've been hiring.
Nice. Very nice.
it's funny. She got jobs for y'all. If y'all need a job, like I got like about 5 unemployed black men. Can we please talk about that topic? So I'm gonna put that link in the chat.
What you want to talk about? Black topics?
Black unemployed men that need
The
jobs.
black unemployment is it's so high right now, where they're saying that in the city of Houston, Texas, 50% of black men is unemployed. They're saying 37 to 42% of black men unemployed in LA. So
how many? What's the percentage?
46%. So it's like damn near half.
Yes, that's a lot.
But are they unemployed by choice, or
everybody was by choice, right? When they were given that extra money, when the federal government was giving that extra money.
Right. But I know a lot of people left like retail jobs to get customer service work from home jobs, and they kind of elevated a little bit by doing that.
So I'm hoping that some segment of black men actually got their own in-home business.
I think that's what it is too.
Because the USA employment, I know it's very fickle because they drop you off the employment after 4 months. So they drop you off of employment 4 months. If I'm not mistaken, somebody in the chat will correct me. I know Curl. Somebody, if they know, yeah, that's funny. Get out and get some.
What y'all know, young heads and all these old ass songs. Fulana, you should hear the stuff that Real knows about. I mean, he's a young old head, like a young old.
Well, that's a good thing. You got to get organized and do your thing and make things happen.
True.
And Curl, you should have more taxes taken out of your check. Whichever way you get paid, they can adjust your tax bracket by taking more taxes, so you don't have to pay back.
No, he says he owes, so whatever.
He owes because he makes too much. I owe because I make too much. I had them take more taxes out, so I don't owe.
Gotcha. Okay.
When your tax bracket changes, you have to adjust that number. So that's what I did because I get commission. And on my commission, they take out less tax.
Gotcha.
I have to take out more.
That's a separate check.
Yeah.
Gotcha. No one wants to work in Philly. Hell no, I don't even want to live there. Sorry. Sorry. I want to move back to the East Coast, but I don't know because where were you telling me to live after one? Because I said I didn't want to go back to all the way up.
Like the county we live in.
Yeah, because that's super expensive.
It's so expensive everywhere these days. If you want to live for cheap, you're gonna have to go to the hood, honey.
Yo, Falana, can we share your screen and look at some real estate properties for
No, not my screen. I'm on my work laptop and my work information's above it and I can't hide it.
Okay.
Damn, my job out there because I got client facing.
I'm sorry, Real.
I just wanted to show her.
Why you can't do it on yours?
But I noticed last time I shared my screen that my work information was in my bookmarks. And my work profile picture is on there too. And I was like, great. And because I do client facing, most of my clients are probably on this, YouTube thing. I'm not trying to lose no accounts because I need my money.
Yo.
All right.
Yeah, that was
They
funny.
don't take any tax. Curl, you don't. They don't take taxes.
Yeah, it's the way he gets his money.
Okay. Well, I feel you.
My man is a contractor, man. He 1099. He gotta put some set asides in.
Yeah, he's got to adjust those numbers.
Yeah. My man said, "Nah, man. He wish he can be able to get a fat ass check." But the funny
So he
part about it
gets
is,
all the cash. He gets all the cash.
And you know what it is? Every state is different as well. Because, sometimes they was at one. Well, you can answer this, real. Do they still
Mhm,
do, if you're a homeowner, the
mhm.
homeowner's credit?
In California, yes.
Okay.
In California, yes. Because even when Arnold Schwarzenegger was the governor, he extended it. So yes. So when he
You got
was
to watch
governor,
your
that was
money, Phil.
extended. Jerry Brown, he extended it. Gavin Newsom, yeah, Matthew McConaughey, he looked like Matthew McConaughey, American Psycho, from American Psycho. But yeah, he extended it. So yes, we still get that. Nevada doesn't. I don't think Nevada doesn't.
So Nevada real estate is really high, real.
It's gonna get high. It's actually very cheap comparative to LA. Like LA, you can be in Compton in the $650,000 properties, and you still in the heart of the hood.
Yeah.
That's
I don't
why
know why my son is
that's
going
why
to
you
college
heard.
next year. So I'm thinking of where I want to live at, and I don't know where I want to live at, and I can't.
Have you
I don't know.
have you heard about the story about the Mexican cop that got killed because he bought a property in the hood without no realtor? His property in those neighborhoods was around 685,000,
Mm-hmm.
710, and that's Compton, man. He's still in the hood.
Mm-hmm. I work.
So they sell those Compton houses and buy a $300,000 Vegas property.
Oh, okay, Carl. Hmm. Hmm.
What girl said in the chat? I'm putting my eye drops on.
He said I worked and only took money out for my truck payment and never credit and one credit card for work. I saved everything.
That's good.
Hmm.
You
Yeah,
need to
man. When
take
it
out
comes,
for more work expenses so you can get the taxes.
yes, yes, yes. So pretty
Well,
much, she's saying to have your expense bill upfront and organized. People use QuickBooks. What is your opinion on QuickBooks?
it's all right. We used
Yeah,
to use it at my employer.
because I do that when it comes to all my LLCs, when it comes to my e-commerce LLC of me selling hair bundles.
You
So
sell
like,
hair bundles?
yeah,
Girl,
duh,
that's what I'm trying to do, but I want to go to
that,
India to get it. I want to go
that
directly to India. You laugh and watch. I'm gonna get with one of them beaties, and you're gonna be like,
That hair bundle business is big,
you
especially
said
Atlanta.
BD.
$1 billion, sis. $1 billion.
Then I got another LLC for the situation of my dispatch business.
Mm-hmm.
Then I have an LLC when it comes to my credit repair business.
Move up to
Then I have an LLC when it comes to the house in Vegas that I have. So that means any rental income goes to that business checking account. And Curl is very smart when it comes to his real estate deals. He should be selling a course. Curl should be getting his channel up and selling a course to these motherfuckers. Because if Grant Cardone, with his good old country Scientology worshiping ass, can make some money, you can make some money too.
I got a good job, Curl. I put some time in, so I change positions within the job, so I can live anywhere in the country now since it's a permanent work from home position. It's just that I don't know where I want to move to because I got very comfortable here with the cost of living here, so I don't want to go anywhere where I'm going to be struggling.
In other words, she's getting East Coast money and living in Texas.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yo, that is funny. But
That's
the
true.
funny part about it is people from California was taking their California unemployment money of $600 a month and going to Chicago, going to Texas, going to Louisiana. So they're taking around
Chicago.
$2,400. Yes. So there was a case of about 1,200 people committing unemployment fraud
I bet.
In those routes and lanes.
Who is this shark person?
Ohio. Is Ohio cheap?
Yes,
Ohio. It
Ohio,
depends on where you
Cleveland,
go.
Cleveland,
got a lot
Ohio is
of good
But
extremely
food.
cheap.
Ohio gets cold. I don't want to be anywhere where it snows.
Freezing cold.
Yeah, because they're by the 4 lakes. Yeah, so no.
And that's a long ride from where we are to you.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I've driven it because remember.
yes. Because my job
But
is the main office is in Kentucky, but I will be damned if I move there. Yes, but for the bad reasons. Oh, okay. No, I don't know. I'll figure something out.
Cleveland's rough. Akron is rough.
Oh, that's
I'm
where I
from-
went to Akron.
Oh,
So that's LeBron James's old
That's
old
his old
neighborhood.
stopping grounds. But yeah, that's where my brother used to live.
Cincinnati is rough.
I'm trying to think of where my cousin is at. Fulana, because I told you he has a.
Akron, in Akron they have a drive-through liquor store.
They have one here too. They have
Oh,
it here
they
too.
do?
Yeah.
Yo, I was like, where are we going? They're like, we going to the liquor store. We had to drive up and get that shit from the window like McDonald's.
Yeah, that's exactly how it is here too. No, what's the capital in Ohio? I think he lives there. What's the capital of Ohio?
Is it what, Columbus?
Columbus,
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
He lives in Columbus.
So when it comes to the ghetto initiative, like I told everybody on the video, and for all the people that's coming in, please like the video. When I told everybody on Buy Back the Block, I told y'all guys about using your business credit, leveraging your 700, 720 FICO score, getting those business credit cards, pulling the cash out from the business credit cards by either doing a balance transfer or writing yourself a check, funding your LLC when it comes to the funds that you get from your business credit cards, and leverage that to be able to get something in your neighborhood. People need to find a liquor store, ask owners to see how much the liquor store costs, buy that in the area, laundromats.
I was gonna actually do the laundromat thing.
Got you.
I was gonna invest and try to get a laundromat because they make money.
Always.
So
liquor store laundromat, cuz.
Yeah.
So a lot of these liquor stores that I saw in New York, they range around 300,000, 400,000. The Bronx, 300,000, 400,000.
He's still in the Bronx. I don't want to buy nothing in the fucking Bronx. Not a motherfucker.
No, it's the cheapest. It's the cheapest, man. Don't let the Bronx get it where it'd be $2 million.
I'm from the Bronx. Nothing in the Bronx I want. Unless I could buy a building.
Edenwald, getting a building in Edenwald, Edison Avenue, Washington Place. At least those
Washington
areas.
Place is the hood. That's around the corner from where we used to be at, cuz on Webster.
Let me answer Shark here for a minute. You can order online and they'll bring it out to your car if you go to the dispensary.
They do.
Edenwald is West Indian City. I would want a building. I don't want to buy a house. I want to buy a building. But at least 10 apartments. Rentable ones in the Bronx. If you're gonna do the Bronx, yeah. At least. Because out of that 10, 3 of them are gonna play that rent game.
Exactly.
So at least you got the other 7 that pay your shit up. Yeah. But I'd rather have a building, not a house, a building, because in Edenwald, that house, she sold you the house finally, right? She sold the house?
We still trying to work that shit out right now. This motherfucker literally went from saying yes, 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 and saying no. So she's putting us against another buyers. That's what it is. Another person is putting a cash offer. So we're going.
You sure that's a real person? They're probably running the BS too. You sure that's a real person?
Yeah, we know it's a real person. It's okay. Jewel. Well, let me not.
Don't go there.
Okay, so 1031 1051 Westchester Avenue. That's the area that I'm looking at. It's
Westchester
nearby.
Avenue.
It's an opportunity zone. It's an opportunity zone.
Oh, Westchester Avenue is by the. I think that's by the DMV. Ugh, nah.
So there's a Chipotle near 35th Westchester Square.
Yeah, that's by the DMV and the place where you gotta pay your goddamn tickets. Oh, okay, yeah, no, Westchester Square and the probation office down there too, Upper Road. Yeah.
It's funny. Morena used to be a corrections officer.
No, unfortunately, I know about those things too.
That is funny. So 2504 Bronx Park East.
Oh, I think that's by Moonchaser. I think that area is by Moonchaser.
So it's an $18 million building. Like I told
18
everybody.
million?
Million.
18 million? I'm trying to. What the hell is there?
What was the address? 2504 what?
Bronx East. So it's an 80-unit apartment building.
Oh, 80. No wonder. I'm like, what? No, real? That's too much. Lower that.
Well,
10 to 20 apartments. 80? Are you crazy? That's like Co-op City. Excuse me. That's like Co-op City. No.
but this is for my guy that literally has like a commercial real estate buyer. So this link.
That's like 8 floors, maybe 10. Hell no. Right? What does each floor usually have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. About 8 apartments on each floor, 8 or 9.
Mm-hmm.
It's 5 floors.
It's 5? That's a lot of apartments on each floor then, because it's usually 8 or 9 on each floor. I'm even trying to think of where I used to live at.
78 units.
78 unit.
1, 2.
I don't know if that's right. It says unit 78, but I mean.
And how many floors?
I think it's 1, 2.
It has to be at least 12.
No, it's not 12 floors.
It's less?
Give me a second, Morena.
Okay.
2, 3. Sorry, 6 floors.
6?
Yeah.
80?
70. What did I say? 78.
78 units.
Like how wide?
78 units. 87,000 square feet.
Oh, yeah, it's wide. Oh, that sounds like a project building.
It's been on the market for 43 days.
If I'm at the right place, that's the place I'm looking at.
Damn, I wonder how many strings you gotta fucking get through to get to that shit. How much you gotta do? 800 million, you said? How much?
No.
18 million.
Oh, 18. Why did I thought? Oh, 18.
For
Don't get me wrong.
2504 Bronx Park.
Mm.
I don't like
People negotiate that lower. People negotiate that lower. So Mark, he helps everybody to get into corporate credit. He would tell you, one, get it lower where it's around 12 to 13 million. Ask for their tax returns if they're going to try to say, well, this is our net profit. No, bullshit. My man, he'll have it where he'll loan you the money. Granted, if you have a good business plan.
In that area, real, all those apartments, the majority of the tenants are on Section 8. Guaranteed. Section 8 of welfare. That's you're not getting. I don't know.
Well, shit. What's the net operating income on it? Let me see. What's the
Wait till you see it.
I think it's the 2 buildings. That's why it's so many units.
Mm.
They're side by side.
It has to be, because I'm just like.
Yeah, it is. It's the 2 buildings. It's 2 buildings. It's connected in the middle.
Does the area look familiar to you, Falana?
Let me take some look-sees. I don't have too many pictures.
I can't find no net operating income on that building.
It's guaranteed money to an extent but you still have tenants who play, like I said, the rent game in New York. You can live in an apartment rent-free for a year. You could be going to court back and forth until you finally have to pay something. And the landlord ain't getting shit while you're going to court. So because in New York is for the tenants. So it'll take forever to get rid of them or anything like that. Like here where I'm at,
It's
it's
18
for the
million.
landlord. You get kicked out in 30 days. You miss 1 month's rent and he takes you to court, you're out in 30 days. So you
It's
technically got a
it's
month
definitely on the market for it's worth 18 million.
Mm.
And it's the two
Then
buildings.
Then I got another one in 3195 Decatur Avenue, Bronx, New York, New York.
Ooh, Decatur, hell no.
3195.
3195. I'll put the link in the chat so you can easily click on it.
Decatur.
In the Bronx.
Yep, all Bronx. That's the only thing I'm gonna look at. Bronx properties, Bronx apartment buildings. I'm gonna call Mark and I'm gonna call Alonzo.
Yeah, it's probably gonna gentrify again anyway because you can't get nothing in Harlem anymore. Harlem has been gentrified.
That has 47 units.
Oof.
It's half the size of the other.
The name sounds nice, not the area Essence Shark. The area is shit.
Yeah, but you know what? If you get Section 8, you're guaranteed your rent every month.
Yeah, but remember, Section 8 only pays
and
a
you get
portion.
these people who tear your apartment up. Well, not
Right,
everybody.
and Section 8 only pays a portion.
No, Morena. Sometimes when that person's not working, they have to pay the full amount.
True.
And the portion is not that far. So let's say you have an apartment and you're renting it for 12, but now you want to be Section 8 approved. I'm like, I'm renting it for 14. So then if the portion is 200 and I don't get it, I'm still cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, New York tenants, cause
it's horrible. But that's what they're doing with these buildings because they need that guarantee rent.
Yeah.
That low income housing, all that stuff.
Yeah.
I would do it if, you know.
I don't know.
S Shark, when you gonna book a consultation, S Shark? S Shark get all this free information and said, I gotta watch the replay. Then I delete the replay and she said, what? Are you gonna leave this up?
I was about to tell you why she can pay you if you're saying everything in the freaking stream. I told you about that.
I said, man.
Yo te lo dije todo. Tú hablas todo lo negocio tuyo en el stream. Ahí no hay chavo porque tú lo estás dando todo gratis.
That is funny. So creditbuilder475@gmail.com for any consultations. If anybody need any trade lines when it comes to their credit report, that can be done within a couple of hours. It reports on your credit within 2 weeks. So your credit score will boost up 80 to 90 points each trade line. So if you have 3, it can range around 150. So all my people that have a 400 credit score. And also let's talk about how one of my clients, unfortunately, her husband, now divorced husband, wrecked her credit.
That always happens.
$40,000 in maxed out credit cards. She's in a situation where she has good, stable income, but she needs something when it comes to a restart. So how do y'all feel about when it comes to situations of prenuptial agreements? Because my man wrecked her pretty bad.
I mean, I don't know how I feel about it. Morena?
Huh?
Prenuptial agreements, would you do that? Hello?
Marina.
You hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, I was texting my son. I wonder why you can hear me when I was texting. What you say now? Would I do what?
I said, how do you feel? He said, how do you feel about prenuptial agreements?
Prenuptial?
Yeah, how do you feel?
Marriage?
Would you do that?
Marriage?
Yeah.
Depends on how much that guy's making.
What if you made more and you try to give him one?
What if I made more?
Yeah, and you trying to.
Would I make him sign a prenup? You're saying?
Exactly. So he doesn't leave you in the hole. First of all, I'm gonna. I get that you don't have to
marry somebody that you have to have a prenup with anyway. He should have more than I do. That's ideal for me.
What if they did, and then in the marriage something happened to that more than you do? Like, what if your husband worked on Wall Street when Wall Street crashed? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then now
Because
your husband's not making money, and now you're the breadwinner, and then they F up your credit.
that's her husband, man, and she got her credit wrecked, man. He took all them credit cards and maxed them out. So I know my game plan when it comes to that, but when it comes to
He
her
should have stayed on
standpoint,
top of that.
I don't know. That's how I feel. Oh, you're right. If that's a situation, that's different, right? So that means that we didn't have a prenup then, right?
Right.
no.
So no. So you're saying would I ask him to sign one now after the fact? That would be fucked up, right? You
Yes.
can't do it after the fact,
That's
can you?
going to end up in a divorce.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. No.
But even, even if you're married to somebody and that person, let's say you're separated for a while, and while the separation is happening and no one's filing divorce papers because no one wants to pay for it and they're just moving along married, if that person then files bankruptcy, they coming after you.
I know.
Because I gotta
that's why I didn't
help.
want to get married when I moved down here, right? Because like that was still on the table, and I was like, no, because I would have more to lose than you would. So I was like, oh no.
Because I gotta
Yeah,
help
you're
structure
paying
her
alimony.
plans.
Yeah.
So I gotta help structure her plan so she has enough income where if I create another credit profile for her, she can get around $60,000 in funding. So she just need a game plan to be able to know how to pay it all back. So she can do that. She can go the credit sweep route and completely get all that shit gone and mustered off of her credit and add trade lines. But that's gonna take a while. That's gonna take a while, and that's gonna take a lot of effort.
Are they
Be
still
able to
married
scrub
or
that off.
divorced?
So they're in a situation of transitioning that out. So
That can all be settled in court too. Like if they own property, they would have to sell the property, pay off the debt, and whatever's left split.
okay.
If that's what they want to do, though.
If that's what they want to do, they can get it done in writing with the two lawyers, and that's the agreement, and that's the agreements they have to stick by.
And usually they're not on the same page, because when it comes to stuff like that, they usually not. No, I don't want to sell. No, like.
Well, that's fine, but if we're not together and the property is both of ours, either you're gonna buy me out, which you can't afford because you effed up our credit anyway, or we're gonna have to sell and bite that bullet and end up with little profit. Because no matter what they want to do, either okay, you want to keep the house, then you need to buy me out, and that person is not gonna have that money to buy them out.
Right.
If they're in that situation, they're gonna have to sell. And
that's why they do that.
Pay off what they can with the profit and walk away with zero, or walk away with a couple $1,000 in their pocket, and that's it.
Yeah, that's why they want to do that, because you're not making money off of this shit. So.
Exactly. Marriage is a serious thing. Some people do it because it's the thing to do.
You got to look at it as a business almost. That's what I'm saying. That it would be ideal for him to have more than me coming into the marriage.
Or be equal.
Right, if something happens to him, that's different, right? Because if he had more than me and something, God forbid, happened, let's say 10 years down the road, I'm not gonna do that, because especially the age I am now, I'm not gonna do that.
So when it comes to that scenario, yeah,
your age though, you're young, so you have to really like make sure you're invested well with the person you're with, and I feel sorry for you guys. It's just harder. That's why you guys are having all these goddamn problems with this gender wars and all this bullshit.
That is funny. Marina admits that being a man is very hard.
If you want to get to, I've always said that, but the way they're telling it nowadays is like, I'm the prize. That that's how they're acting. I'm like, dude, you have to get that woman that you want, and you got to hope that you're getting a good one. You don't know if you're getting that nightmare that can make your life miserable. So don't go for the big butt and the smile. Pay attention. All right, Will?
Yes.
No big butt and smile. Pay attention.
Okay.
Pay attention. You have to.
It's like, yo, that is funny.
Yeah,
but
you end up having kids with this person. I'm telling you, that becomes your nightmare.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Be really careful. Like the chick that I heard that was with Drake, she's suing him. What? So you knew he put hot sauce in that shit, and you still try to act like you tried to use the sperm. So you're gonna have a
He's
case.
not gonna get money for that.
I hope not, because I was telling my
throw
cousin,
that
I wish I was the judge, so I could be like, get the fuck out of here with that. Like,
they're gonna throw that out. She's gonna waste the court's time and end up paying court fees. Ain't no way in hell. And if a judge rewards her for that, I need to meet that judge, because if you sit there and
you know what's gonna start happening
out,
now? Women are gonna start doing crazy shit like that now. So
yeah, you can't take a used condom out of the trash. First of all, you can see it's not only sperm in that condom. If you use hot sauce is red. No matter what kind of hot sauce you buy, it's either red or green. Yep. So why would you put that? Why would you insert that in yourself? Why would you put that in your vagina?
Yeah.
You thought you were still gonna get pregnant? Like, homegirl, were you even ovulating? Like, how did you map that out in your calendar to say I'm gonna sleep with Drake on this day because I'm super, super duper ovulating?
Yeah.
Wait, I know there's an app for that, but I doubt she was thinking about some app when she's a little thought. So
crazy, cute but psycho. Are you saying you're cute but psycho? But yeah, it's crazy what women do, and men gotta be smarter. And that's why I be trying to tell my son, like, dude, don't even try.
I'm a woman. Women are sneaky.
So
well,
what?
I always say that
red pill content.
We do manipulate. We manipulate. I mean, it's just a fact.
We have to when it comes to men.
Right. So I'm always like, either you do it for good or you do it for bad. Mine has been for good. It hasn't been for bad, right? But there's women who are sharks. Like, that's a shark.
Sometimes we do it to push mother. Sometimes you got to do it to push that man to do the right thing.
So what? You're gonna give your son red pill content? If you do, then the manosphere is gonna take this clip and say,
"No, my son hears that. He thinks that's stupid. I mean, that the manosphere dudes don't even make sense." But I do talk to him about what's real, like, when dealing with girls and stuff like that, because I don't want him to get caught up. I want him to enjoy his youth. Don't even think about kids or getting into that trap of having kids until you're at least in your 30s. I mean, enjoy your 20s if you can, like, unless you meet somebody,
move around, do stuff like that. The stuff we didn't do. We stayed home because it was the comfortable thing to do at that age. You know what I'm saying? But these kids need to travel and explore and find themselves and realize what they want to do in life. So this way they have passion and they keep careers. Right now they're bouncing around every 2 years to a new gig, and that's not cool.
Exactly. Oh, you don't know. Remember when I said I was going to call you back earlier, Falana? That's the conversation I was having, because I went to his school.
Okay. Yeah, let them pick a path. Don't force them into a path. Because when you force somebody into a path, honestly, I mean, they're not going to have an interest in it. And
I'm not forcing him, but I'm telling him he has to make up his mind, because he's in high school. He can change his mind like a thousand times.
Morena, you know how hard it is for a 17-year-old to freaking think about what they want to do in college?
Well, they have to. I mean, it's been seen so many times since he started high school.
That first year, they don't really know, so they take the core classes that they have to take. By the second year, they think they know what they want to do, and that's why kids end up doing 5 years in college rather than 4, because then they decide a different career path, and now you need these other classes to go that route.
Yep. I know, but I don't want no slackers, and you're gonna have to have some sort. Even if you change your mind, I still want you to have a game plan starting going in.
And get a trade while you're doing it. Cut some hair.
He's doing that now. He's getting it now in high school. He's gonna come out with a certificate in welding. He's doing that now, so he's already have a trade.
You can do a little something to make some money while you're doing that.
Exactly. So I'm there, cuz I'm there. You know who I'm mini. So we're not playing that game.
I hear you.
And Real knows what my game plan is with this little boy.
I'm a good shark, but when I bite, I feel you.
My little big boy.
So welding is actually a very good paying type of trade, that and electrician.
And he could be a welding engineer. I want him to work. My goal is, I told him I keep reiterating. I've been saying this for the past 3 years. I want him to be his own boss. He can be a welding engineer. I was like, you have your certificate and stuff. You'll know what to do. Get your degree. You'll be the boss. You will be the boss. That's the goal. Real for him to work for himself.
Red Pill. I dropped the link for you. Hold on, I'm gonna call my man Rashid. I'm gonna even this panel out. Red Pill, please have some type of decorum. If you have any questions when it comes to cryptos or any type of credit repair or me boosting your credit score to a 700 plus, I could be able to help you. Yo, what's going on, man?
Yo, what's going on, man? It's been a little minute, bro.
What's going on, big dog? How's your crypto holdings handling for yourself, man?
Man, it's going good, man, so far, man. But last year, man, I had a rough patch for my job, you know what I'm saying? So I had to take a step back from that. But this year, I'm going in hard, bro.
For sure, man. When it comes to your credit score, man, what's that looking like, man? Are you trying to build it? Are you trying?
Yeah, I'm trying to build my credit, man. Cause actually, for a while now, I actually want to get right with you because I know you know the LLC game. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to get into affiliate marketing with ClickBank, but I had the money to do it, but I didn't want to like actually use it. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to use like business credit. You know what I'm saying? But right now, I'm trying to get myself situated out right now. As far as like right now, I'm trying to become a web developer. So right now, I'm actually building out my portfolio. And once I have that going on, probably in the next 3, definitely before the summer, I'm definitely want to get that LLC and get that popping, bro.
Okay. Well, also focus on Facebook and Google Ads, man, when it comes to that, because that is good where you can build the website, but Facebook and Google Ads, you can be able to drive traffic on that website. So when it comes to situations like that, focus on that plus the website building. So you can build your own websites, your own designs, and you can run the marketing on your own scale. But you got my email, right?
No, I'm dropping in the private chat, bro.
All right,
And like, do you have any experience in affiliate marketing?
Yes.
Or any of you here on the panel?
Well, I do personally, yes. Yes, I do.
Okay, definitely. I might have to get with you, man.
Yeah, man, get your money saved up, man. When it comes to that, at least get 5 to 6 months saved up. When you have that money saved up, then come back to me, because the trade lines is going to cost you at least $400 each to get you around $8,000 to $10,000 trade line credit limit, where you can be able to get a $3,500 each card. You can go to Chase Inc., get you a business credit card over there, but set aside some money, man. You gotta put that money away, big dog, because everybody saw that Kid Organic video of that black unemployment, man. We just hope that it's all on a segment and basis of people getting their own businesses, and they don't need to get on unemployment. They don't need to get in the workforce. They already have their business capturing, hopefully, $200 or more per payment.
I don't think that's happening, bro. I think it really is looking pretty grim for a lot of people out here, man. Definitely when 2023 hit, man.
Well, what city you're in, man? What city?
I'm in Miami.
Okay, so you Haitian, Dominican?
I'm Jamaican. Yeah, my people from Jamaica. Yeah, they came over here, and then I was actually born here, so they call me a Yankee.
Well, got you. When it comes to that, dog, Jamaican businesses. Do you know any Jamaican businesses that you go to? Any Jamaican food spots that you go to that's Jamaican owned and not Asian owned? Because there's some Jamaican businesses in LA that's unfortunately Asian owned.
Yes, Korean man, owned. That's actually crazy, man. A lot of Asians like run these restaurants. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why you think that happens.
A lot of people don't keep a lot of their properties, man, because when it comes to the situation of gentrification, everybody knows gentrification comes in waves. So when was the last time that you noticed that there is development?
They have the money, real. That's why they're doing it. They have the money to open up these businesses, and they just have to.
I want to chime in on that. Isn't there an Asian community in Jamaica?
Yes, there actually is. They have their own Asian town.
A large Asian community in Jamaica. I know a lot of Jamaicans who have, Chinese when they're,
Of course, that's all over the Caribbean, Cuba,
right.
Dominican Republic, Puerto
So,
Rico.
and I've been to Cuba, and in Cuba there's a Chinatown.
Yeah.
And I think there's a Cuban Chinese food restaurant in New York, right, Moderna?
There's several, but in the Caribbean they're all over the place. So
yeah, it's really prevalent down there.
Yeah, they're buying up a lot in Jamaica too, Red Pill. So
yeah, that's the crazy part because I don't know what year this was. I think it was 2020. They sold their ports to China.
Yeah,
and I was asking my brother who actually lived down there like what was going on, and I don't know it seemed like the same thing going on there as far as like political wise, like they can't seem to get it together, man.
Well, it's because they have the money, Red Pill. So money's what talks. So if you have a restaurant, let's say a Jamaica restaurant, a restaurant there in Jamaica, and they're offering you 100,000 and it's only worth 50, you're gonna take it. So people are looking at taking the money versus keeping the business, like keeping it in house.
But the business can grow to be around. You take the 150, but it wound up being $600,000, $800,000.
Exactly. You could still do that yourself, but you're looking at that's where we fuck up, right? We're looking at the cash and we're not looking at long term. Oh yeah, my restaurant only makes he's offering me double. I'm gonna take it, but I'm gonna still work there. But now they own it. And ownership is what you want. You don't want to work there. You want the ownership. Figure out what they're doing to boost your business and keep the business to, keep it.
Yeah, and the crazy part is, man, I even heard stories to where like they had lettuce that was plastic and they was selling it to people. You feel me? Like, yo, it's wild down there, man.
It's happening here too. So that's why you're seeing it here. So people are taking the money. So instead of keeping it in house, like let's say within Jamaican's hands, why would an Asian own a Jamaican restaurant and make money off? You know what I'm saying? Like
culture vultures.
Yeah. Like we don't own Chinese restaurants, right?
Not at all.
Exactly. So why would we let them own something that we make?
Shade, what's going on?
Anything, and we stick to only what we know. That's why they got the backing, they got the money, and they do it.
But sometimes you got to look past that because, like, you can't say, well, you know what? I get it. They got the money, but don't make the money. I don't know.
Don't make the money make you.
Well, because you want to keep that in house, right? Yes. So I'm available for a price, but on certain things, not everything. Like not something that's supposed to be ours. So now all these Jamaican restaurants are going to be Chinese owned, so that nah, man. I don't think that's right. Just like if I had a Cuban restaurant, I don't want a Chinese person to own it. Like from China, like it's a Cuban restaurant. It should be Cubans running it and working it, and
Yeah, there's a lot of
they do that with the soul food now.
Aren't running.
Exactly.
Rashid, what's going on, man?
What's going on? You have Chinese people trying to run soul food restaurants and the hot wing stands are just taking over.
Okay, wait. Okay, so I'm having a conversation in the chat with Shark about the wings. I cannot hate on the wings. The lemon pepper. I mean, they kind of locked a little bit on those wings.
Not here in Texas, honey. Go to Wings and More. Those shits are good as hell.
Well,
Texas know they
actually owning it?
Yeah.
Who what?
But it's like who actually owning and who's cooking the wings. See, that's the thing. Like they have in Atlanta. they got.
We got to hold on to certain things, right? We can't be so quick to give stuff up just for money, depending on what it is.
If you go to Atlanta, they got Atlanta's best. By far, they the best wing place. Like they literally got jerk wings, tropical, whatever wings. They have it wet. They have it dry. They have it the rub. It's literally going into like you personalizing your wings.
That's how it's here in Texas. Yeah, that's how it is here too.
I mean, they got like 74 different ways of making your wings.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they can barbecue. They make some wings too, though. That's a Shark. It's called Wings and More, and I'm God.
Yeah, there's a lot of great wing spots that are owned by different ethnic groups, right?
Okay, but that's different, right? A wing spot can be anybody, right? A wing spot can be anybody.
Koreans, they got 3 flavors, and all 3 flavors be bomb.
Right.
They don't do 70, 80 flavors. They stick to 3 best kinds, and that's what people go for those 3. But if you want variety, you go to all the other wing spots.
But
I'm just saying, keep stuff in house. Keep stuff in house. Don't be so quick to sell to people just because
I'm telling you, like you go to the black places down here in the A, in Atlanta wing place, man. The one I told you got like 74 different wing styles of making the wings. Like you go to any other wing spot, they're gonna give you probably 40, 20 wings. But American, like everybody come to American Deli down here. To me, American Deli is overrated. It's a Chinese restaurant. They own a Chinese franchise, American Deli. Like you got hot, you got Braves, you got mild, you got lemon pepper, and that's it. I mean, you don't have.
Well, they do that because they sell a bunch of other stuff, right? So the variety is different. Like you go to those Asian places, you can get ramen, you can get dumplings, you can get this, you can get wings, like their style, right? But when you go to an actual wing spot, you're gonna get your wings. You'll probably get some fries. You'll probably get some other like
fish,
American cuisines, you know. So it depends on what your taste is.
What's the name of it, Sheed? Because I'm gonna be in Atlanta in a couple of months, God willing. So I want to try it.
It's like I think it's called Atlanta's Best.
Atlanta's Best.
I'll look it up and make sure.
It's obviously it's in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Well, no, they have them all over the city. Cause when I used to stay in Snellville, they had them out there in Snellville, and Snellville is probably 15 minutes outside of the city.
Oh, okay, that's good.
15, 20 minutes.
So it's only in Atlanta?
No, I mean, like I said, you have outshoots.
It's in Georgia.
In Georgia, basically.
Okay.
But then in Georgia, you have Atlanta, you have Alpharetta, you have Duluth. So we're trying to figure out which, city in Atlanta.
Yeah, so
in Georgia.
it's mainly
what it
Atlanta,
is?
Decatur,
right?
And just basically that area. Atlanta, Decatur, that's it.
Okay. You know what it is? We're not from Atlanta. We're not from Georgia. And when we think of Georgia, we say Atlanta.
Always.
Right.
That's why
Exactly.
That's why I try to break it down by saying they have Alpharetta, Duluth, Decatur. You know what I mean? It's different areas in Georgia.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Again, like that, we don't own Chinese restaurants, so why would we let them own stuff that we?
But why don't we own Chinese restaurants? Because we don't try.
That's true. Because who does all the cooking. It's not like we have to do the cooking because who does all the cooking. Any kind of restaurant,
I'm not gonna expect
cook anything we want to cook. It's just a matter of learning or becoming a chef and learning different cuisines and traveling the country and learning how to make different things and then coming back to the States and opening up.
Or having the capital, because they don't even have to know how to cook Jamaican food. They just have to have the money to buy a Jamaican restaurant and just employ the people that they bought the chef.
And that too. Look at like Golden Crust and all those places. Like it's all Jamaican food and beef patties and cocoa bread. And who's working in there? Jamaicans, Caribbean people. But who's really banking the buck there?
Yeah, damn it, it is Atlanta's Best Wings. That's the name of the spot. Atlanta Best Wings. But they got this other little spot you gotta try down here called it's called Mr. Everything.
You know what I like, Steve? I like potato salad, I like macaroni and cheese, and I like barbecue chicken. Because the place that I used to go to, is that place even still there in that town? Where we used to get the food? Right next door. Remember, it used to get between I don't even want to say
M?
Yes.
Yeah, girl, they moved.
They moved?
They on the main road where we used to party. It used to be a bar.
Yes.
They're right there inside there.
We love some soul food. Oh my God.
I mean, I need to go to Atlanta, man. I remember my friend was talking about how the food tastes so different over there, man.
I'm sure Southern cooking is different, period. So it's different.
I'm telling you,
Let me tell you something.
Everything.
I went to Georgia. I was in Duluth though. I went to Whole Foods and they had oxtails, girl.
Oh yeah, they do. They got them oxtails.
They had oxtails. It's expensive because Whole Foods, when you get your food, they weigh it, right?
Cooked oxtails?
Cooked hot in the buffet. Oxtails.
That's wild.
Dude, I loaded that damn tray. I went crazy and I went back a second time.
What?
And they was good too. They seasoned them up and everything.
Slamming. They got the right person cooking it. I'll tell you.
I didn't know they did because out here when I say oxtail, they look at me like I'm crazy.
Well, but see
now, because Whole Foods, man, down here in the A, man, you get a whole plethora. Like they make curry chicken and all that stuff.
They don't do that up here in the north. I've never seen a cooked oxtail at no Whole Foods around here.
Okay.
I'm telling you, see,
go over there.
like Real did be saying, man, you get that business started, man. Like a lot of people, they start off with I know y'all done heard of Slutty Vegan. Like they food trucks and stuff. It's crazy.
It's
like
big.
$15.
It's big over there in Georgia.
Yeah,
I mean, vegan.
Yeah, they got locations everywhere, man. They got a location they about to open up in Athens. I go out there Athens every day for my job. Man, they got a location in Athens. They promoting. I already know as soon as they open that thing up, every Slutty Vegan they open up, the first maybe month, they get flooded. Like when they just had the food trucks, like you had people sending, like I stood in the line, to see the hype. I think I only stayed in the line for probably about 45 minutes to an hour. And I ended up getting like 4 burgers, $15 a piece, yo. 15 a piece. I
4
think
burger for $15 a piece.
It's vegan. It's vegan.
The fries, the sauce, the burger, all that. I mean, it's an experience, just to get. They even got the vegan bacon. I think it was the Fussy Hussy gives the vegan bacon.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like bacon, but it tastes like bacon.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah, I don't like bacon though. My wife, she had got the fake bacon just to see how it tastes, but yeah.
Over here, they got a franchise called Veggie Heaven that kind of does the same thing, but I definitely want to hit up that Slutty Vegan one day.
Telling you, man, everybody come over here.
Stop talking food.
And the first thing they tell you, they be like, "Are you a returning slut?" they like, "Are you a returning slut?"
I almost didn't get back in the chat. Stop it.
My
bad. What was that? The oxtail? Is that what you sent me? The oxtail?
No, I sent you the slutty vegan one, and I sent you the Atlanta one he was talking about.
Oh, okay.
The wings.
I'm telling you, the Mr. Everything, y'all come down here. Like Mr. Everything is just basically this guy. He started off. He was from like Jersey or whatever, and came down south. And basically all he do is cook a bed of rice. And you could have the choice of different meats. He have lamb, salmon, and all that. He chop it over a bed of rice with vegetables, tomatoes, broccoli, and all that. Put a little sauce on top of it, and there you go. He does sandwiches, but everybody goes there for those rice plates and put the sauce on there. Yeah, I mean it's pretty decent.
We dominate rice. How good is this rice?
Yeah, it's the what kind of rice?
I'm being sarcastic, Cheat. I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how much food truck that person had?
Come on, for the Slutty Vegan?
Yeah.
Slutty Vegan probably started off with like 2 or maybe 3 food trucks. And when they started booming so big, they had the stores, but they were still sending the food trucks out because on location in certain areas, they don't have them, the stores. So they still making money. Like in Decatur, they don't have a Slutty Vegan in Decatur. They got about 2 on the west side. And they still have the food trucks that boom. So they just send a food truck every once in a while out. No, matter of fact, I'm sorry, it's 3 locations on the west side that got Slutty because 1 on the south side, 2 in the A. And they still booming, man, making hella money. And they just keep opening. I know they got a Slutty Vegan out in Cali.
Oh, so they expanding.
Yeah, I think I talked to Go Professor. They got a franchise out in Cali. Cause that's just like Golden Crust, man. Golden Crust is booming in the A. Yeah. Like that's the best. Like, cause
they got it through here too.
All that food is right on. Every one of them is right on point. You might have a little slight of a taste depending on the cook because they want to add a little flavor, but all of them is pretty much on point.
I don't know, man.
I saw a program about Golden Crust. And a lot of people did complain that the taste was different from restaurant to restaurant. It's because of the chef, like you said, but they're supposed to follow the recipe. They have a book.
So exactly.
And a lot of them don't. And that's why they run into that issue because you get some stubborn chef. You know how chefs are. They're really mean sometimes. And they want to do things their way. So it changes up the recipe and it messes it up a little bit.
Yeah, that's what been going on down here, man. I'm like, yo, this food don't taste the same how it did last year, man. Somebody back there ain't doing something right. You feel me?
Mhm.
Like,
They got
not
a
tasting the same, bro.
they
Jamaican,
got
I'm
a
particular
That
about
spot.
brown
Jamaican
stew
food,
chicken, not tasting the same.
but I don't like Golden Crust for Jamaican food because I go to like
I don't
the
go
real
there.
bakeries and stuff. Yeah, I don't like
I
Golden
go to
Crust.
the
That's too
authentic
commercial.
joint.
Yes.
Now they got a
That's what
spot
we
out
get
in
up
the
north,
A.
though. That's what we can get up
You
north. I
got to
can
go
get
down to I think it's called Royal Caribbean. I got to ask my wife.
That's right. She's Jamaican, right?
Yeah, she Jamaican.
So she don't eat Golden Crust. You know what I like? The cocoa bread.
Yes, with my beef
Cocoa
patty.
bread. Yeah.
Oh my god, their oxtail, their pea soup, the peas and rice. What else?
Rice and peas, man. Rice and peas.
Rice
Mhm.
and peas. That's that peas and rice.
You in Miami,
Yeah.
Florida?
Who, me?
Also, man, you in Miami? I used to eat the what's the spot down there that everybody used to hit? It's the Cuban joint. I think they went out of business because they ain't up here in the A no more. They had one store they got up in the A I tried to go to. I can't. Pollo Tropical.
Oh,
I
yeah,
hate
we
that
still got
place.
pollo down here, man.
I don't
Yeah,
really
they
like
ain't got
it.
it up here no more.
Is that commercial too? That's probably why you don't
That's
like it. I guess
commercial. It's not
commercialized.
authentic.
Yeah, that's commercial.
See,
Yeah.
now the one I used to go to in Miami was good. Now the
They
one
try
up
to
here,
offer
they started slacking and they fell off and they fell. I'm talking about they fell off the bridge, yo. It was two of them. It was one in Duluth that was pretty hot, and the one down in Tucker that was in the city. The
put it
one in
this
the
way.
city,
Go ahead,
huh?
finish your statement. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
nah, the one in the city was doing pretty good, but like I said, it just they fell off so bad because the cooks they wasn't grilling the food on point. You had dudes that was giving raw chicken, that
Mhm.
pink
The
chicken
cooks do
and
make a
stuff.
difference. The cooks do make a difference. That definitely makes a difference.
Yeah, it does.
I
Yeah, when
got a
you have a
statement on
food
that
chain,
Pollo
it gotta be
Tropical.
consistent.
Huh?
They tried to open one up here, up north, in a Cuban known area. That shut down in 3 months.
Dang.
I'm telling you, Morena, in that area where all the Cuban restaurants are, they try to open a Pollo Tropical, and it did not work.
But
Dang.
that Royal Caribbean on Memorial Drive, when you come down here, try it. Man, they got the craziest patties, yo. They got like shrimp patties, meatloaf patties. I'm like, they literally make the patties there. I think that's why they can
That's
customize
how
the
I get them
patty.
cheap. I go to the bakeries where they bake them
Yeah.
themselves. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But that's what I missed. That's what I'm missing out of down here. I guess I got to go really far to get Jamaican food, but up north, it's like in New York and New Jersey, it's like so easy to get.
Where you at?
Oh, I'm in Texas now, so Texas,
Texas.
I
Yeah.
might as well be in another country. That's what it feels like. Because up
All
north,
you
I'm
get
able
down
to
there
get
is
a different
barbecue.
variety, huh?
That's the only thing you're gonna get down there is barbecue.
Exactly. Or tacos, and I'm just like, I don't care for.
Oh, definitely tacos.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you made the right choice going to Texas, though. It's nice over there.
Financially and raising my son, yes, but everything
Yeah.
else is like there's not that much diversity down here like what I'm used to. So
What part of Texas?
I'm in Central Texas, so I'm by Texas A&M. You know what Texas A&M is?
Is that by Austin or Dallas? Which one?
No, definitely by
Near
close to
Houston.
Austin and Dallas. I'm like an hour and a
What's
half
the
outside of Austin.
Near Houston.
Yeah,
Near Houston.
Okay.
Okay,
between
that's
Houston
definitely
and
a good
Austin.
area.
I'm between Houston and Austin. I'm in the middle.
Oh, also you got Timmy Chan. Timmy Chan in Houston. Go get you some of that Timmy Chan.
I
Yeah, you
rarely
got
go to
Jimmy
Houston,
Chance in
because
Houston.
that's like being in a city, and I can't stand traffic and driving.
Oh, real deal. Where you stay at? What state you in?
I teeter back and forth from LA to Vegas, so Marina knows that I teeter back and forth, back and forth. So Arizona be like the third wing that I be at.
Arizona is beautiful. I went to Arizona. Arizona is beautiful. I love Arizona. My job has an office out there.
So
My sister stays out of. I had a homeboy who he moved from Sierra Vista to Cali, then he moved back to the A. Yeah, because he does like the Cisco networking and stuff for the military.
Oh,
Yep.
It's a dope
that's the
job.
system we still use Cisco here for our phone stuff. Oh, okay.
It's a dope job.
Yep. He does their security systems because he deals with security and cryptic codes and all that stuff. But he mainly does like military contracts
Mm-hmm.
and stuff of that nature. So yeah, man, we've been doing business for a long time, man. This guy, he got me into actually dealing in the buying houses and investing in certain things. Yeah.
Hold on. So my question is, to y'all are like, what is like the best way to buy a house for the low, as far as like getting loans and as far as in like, cause I know Joe Biden had this grant for like new home buyers. Is that still available?
Well,
Man,
I don't even think that got passed. I don't did it even get
they
passed when it comes to it? I think this is supposed to be on his Build Back Better plan, but Congress is stifling that. So I don't
so
even know
this
if that's going to be a thing. But Wells Fargo has a first time home down payment. Langley Credit Union, they have a first time home buyer and a down payment assistance. NACA,
shit.
NACA.
Yeah,
And
it's
like, what are the
Thursday.
requirements for that?
So basically it depends on your credit, and being on your job 2 years is a plus. And I mean that's with any home buying, looking at your credit history, looking at how long you've been on the house. Like literally when you going in those down payment assistance programs, if you're going through like, okay, let's say you go through a bank. Most banks they'll offer down payment assistance program because it benefits them. They
Yeah.
sometimes
Get the business.
it helps because they kind of put you in they kind of hoping and wishing to the extent they give you the loan, but if you default on the loan, they can always get the house back. So it's a
Right,
win-win for them.
right.
So the thing of it is, they give you down payment assistance. You mediocre tipping the line to where you can and can't pay it. So it's all about your spending because when you going into a house, they'll give you down payment assistance. They'll give you a link, like a flex. Of, like most of the time, they want you to have like anywhere between a 620, 650. They would even go as low as 580. It's hard to get that, but at 580, you can get a 580, get approved for a house, get down payment assistance, get into a house, let's say $100,000 house. You still got to pay the closing costs. You roughly teetering about 2,500 or 3,000, so round in there. That's all you gotta do is pay that closing cost. You can actually take that and borrow it from somebody. Let's say you have the money, but you have it straight cash. You can literally have somebody gift you money at closing for your house.
That's
You
what they were
get
telling
down
me to
payment
do here.
assistance through your bank.
That's what they were telling me to do here to get
Yeah,
the costs.
Oh, did you get a first buy home assistance loan?
yeah, I got that when we got our home.
I
Got the
did.
first time home buyers to where you have to put no money down, and all we had to do is pay 3,500 on our closing costs.
Hold on. So how much money they gave you to actually like help you buy the house for the
It
down payment?
depends. It depends on how much the house costs.
And
See,
so
that's
let's
the
say
thing.
the house is like
Facts, Curl.
150K.
150K, then they'll. I mean, the point of it is 150K. They're just passing through. They're not giving you anything. So basically, they get, let's say 150. I think it's like 3 stacks for that. So you're getting close to about 35 to $4,000 or so, I think, for the down payment, and then the closing costs it'll be a little bit less than that, say about 25 to 3. So now you're going to be running up about 7,000 if you coming out of pocket yourself. They'll take care of the down payment, which would be that 35, and you're on the hook for the closing costs.
Oh, that was up. Okay.
Yeah, and see, a lot of people don't know this, man. You literally can go in there, long as you've been on your job or in the same field. Say like you're a truck driver or you working in secretary or anything. Long as you're in that same field, at least a minimum of 2 years, that shows a steady, work history, so you can get approved. Then you go into the fact of the matter is down payment. I mean, your closing costs. If you don't have majority of the money, you could actually get it from somebody else. And see, the basis of it is it's just being approved on the money that you already make. See, that's where a lot of people get shaky. You coming in, if you make a sum of probably 2,500 a month to 4,000, depends on how you make it. They want to basically see what all your expenses, credit cards, car note, all that. Can you
W-2,
afford this house?
tax return.
Yep.
Because
They just basically want to see, can you afford it?
Because with Cherie, when she was on the panel, when she talked about the funding where you don't have to pay up front, they charge 15%, and you can get 50,000 if you make 50,000 on your income with a 700 credit score.
Okay.
Okay, so let's say that you're working a job, you've been working there for 2 years, but you quit that job. So would you apply for that loan before you quit your 2-year job that you've been working, or what would y'all do?
That's the best way to do it. Because you want to make sure, even once you get approved, they can't say, man, you quit your job, we're going to take the loan back. Once the paperwork is signed, those 45 days or whatever, doing the process of the payments and to make sure you get approved for the house, once that's done, that's it. So say you looking for another job, once you get another job, you cool. I wouldn't apply for no another job if I'm in the process of quitting a job. Now, with you being on a new, let's say you want to get a house, and 3 months before you get a house, you apply for a house, you actually quit your job 3 months ago and you got a new job. They'll look at the past history from your last job and your new job to see. But the best thing to do is 6 months. Because most of the time, if you want a job at least a minimum of 6 months, that shows some type of leeway that you're going to be there for a minute. You know, especially you're in the same field. If you're good at what you do, you've been at your other job for probably 5 years, and then the next job, you just get it to about 3 to 6 months. Most likely, if you've been at your other job for 5 years, you're going to stay at this job for at least 5 years. They literally fine tooth comb everything, every paperwork that you give them.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some research about that, but that's some good game right there, though, man. Because I'm actually looking to get a crib, hopefully by next year, man, when everything's situated, man. But I'm kind of looking in Orlando, and I don't know, I might want to move to Texas, but I still got my family down here, man. So I'm just deciding, like, just looking around.
It'll be a culture shock. Texas is totally different.
What area are you in now?
I'm in Miami right now.
Overton. Yeah, Miami Gardens, where.
Oh, you know about Miami Gardens?
I know about Miami Gardens too.
Miami's totally different from Texas.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, it was a
right
culture
in the
shock.
hood, Carol City, born and raised.
Oh man,
Carol City.
My auntie from Hollywood.
Oh,
I've been to Hollywood too. I got family there.
Oh, that was up. But
Cousin
currently,
Ridge,
right now, I'm in
Prime,
Hollandale.
Richmond Heights, Kendall.
Yeah, Miami is a nice area, but like the prices for houses down here is crazy. Like it's out of my picture. You feel me? Houses going for like $400K.
Wow. Now this is a thing that you might want to look at. If you can move into Texas or some areas, look at a rural loan to where their loans are actually a lot cheaper because you're staying in a rural area. Those urban, I think they call like rural or urban loans, to where you get somewhat like farmland type. You're probably 20 minutes or 30 minutes from the city. But the point of it is,
further than that, those farmer loans are super easy to get though.
Exactly.
The boonies.
Oh, that was up, cause I'm actually be trying to work remote. So I mean, I don't have no problem just being in the country by my Olo. You feel me?
Wait till come to Texas and see what the boonies are really.
I'm trying to be where you at.
All right, okay. I'm in the suburbs. The boonies is the boonies. I like the suburbs. I don't like the boonies.
You don't like the boonies?
No, because to get internet is really hard. If you're working from home and you're in the boondocks and they don't have no cell towers or those internet, it's gonna be really hard to get good service.
Hold on. Don't Elon Musk got the satellite internet going on already?
If you're in the boonies, it's not gonna work like that. So you want to be like in the suburbs.
Starbase ain't built up yet.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not. Ah, damn.
Starbase ain't built up yet. You gotta wait. You gotta wait some time when it comes
Hold
to
on, like what the
Starbase.
future outlook on that though? Like a few years or like what?
2026.
Oh yeah, that's out of there.
That's a long time, buddy. But Texas is beautiful. It's good to raise your kids, and depending on where you live, at the school systems are good. But
Where you were before?
when
You
you come
said
from cities,
Jersey.
huh?
Where you were before? You said Jersey.
In Jersey, yeah. My job is worldwide, so they had an office out here, so I moved out here.
Okay, and well, like, what was the reason for you leaving?
Finance. It's cheaper. I was able to bring my salary down here. So
Yeah, and I know
I'm very comfortable. Like I moved from New Jersey, so I'm living very comfortably. What I haven't done is what I was telling girl is that I haven't bought a house. I've been bullshitting on that one, but I'm very comfortable. And the cost of living is great, no taxes, and my son is thriving here. So
That's the biggest thing. Like I told you, I used to move furniture, and every time I talk to people or dealt with people, that's like with my oldest kids. I moved out the city to the suburbs for them to go to a nicer school,
yeah,
and they graduated. Both of them went to college. Now, with my younger kids, I had to move back into the city because the school system was a little bit better than the country. See, the country, they already it's systems out there. Like I moved out there, didn't know that you pay to take your kids to these private schools when they're in pre-K and they excel going into regular school. I didn't know that, so I just put them in the regular program, and they didn't learn as much. So when I moved back into the city, they learn way more in the city because the rate of the students in the city, they're hands-on, they deal with kids, learning disorders, so they were able to, teach and coach the kids better. Far as in the country, you already had to know this stuff because you learn this stuff, so you're going to be behind the eight ball. So now that they're going into middle school, they're getting a little better. I'm about to move back out. I'm moving back to your area.
Yo, I need y'all to hold it down for me. So I got a three-way call I got to make. It's about credit repair.
All right, go ahead.
I mean, I did a lot of research before I moved down here. Thank God the everywhere my job is at in the school system here, because they're all independent school systems, it's really good.
Yeah, I was watching the video the other day, and he was the person who was on the video. He was explaining like, depending on the location that you're at, like you're choosing the person your child will be in a relationship with, the business partners, all of that. So your environment is very important when it comes to that. You know what I'm saying?
If you plan on getting married and having kids, if you're gonna buy property, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you plan to get married and have kids, you want to make sure you're in an area that it's going to be viable for that, right? You just don't want to buy property just to buy it unless you already have property. So if you move to Texas or let's say Orlando, you were saying you want to make sure wherever you buy the house at, if you end up meeting somebody and getting married and having kids, that the school system is good where you're at. So
No, I think I'm already have my mind that I'm only doing homeschool.
Oh, okay. Okay, now the state, you got to make sure the state allows that too.
The state can't tell me nothing.
It depends on the state you live in. Not every state offers that.
For that. I'm sorry.
Texas, you could do homeschooling. Not every state offers that.
I think Florida do too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they kind of like the same as far as like how they run their government.
Yeah, Georgia got a lot of homeschool too, but the main thing is if you had the funds, I would definitely go look at duplexes and quads just starting off. I mean, because you can have the other properties pay your mortgage and you can be renting those out. Because I didn't even know that you can go FHA with a quad. Get 4 units.
That's first time home buyer? I thought you can't do that with first time home buyer. You can?
Yep.
Do what?
I was considering that too.
I didn't know that.
Considering that.
Okay. That's good to know.
See, the thing is, FHA and see, we have all these. You can take FHA and buy. You can buy a house FHA. Once you pay down the PMI, go get another house FHA. And I was thinking, I was like, when I first started off young, I was under the impression, well, I only can use FHA one time. They was like, no, you can use FHA multiple times. FHA is just because people don't have the 20% to go conventional. I was like, oh, okay. I thought it was a one-time thing because you hear so many people talking about, oh man, you can do FHA like this so many times. Like I know this guy, he literally did FHA on 3 of his properties. I was
Wow.
like, okay. I was like, man, it's a lot of stuff we don't know because we're not financially literate on a lot of this stuff.
Right.
Even with the quads, like I said, when I was researching that, there was a guy on one panel, he was telling me about going through HUD and buying a house. And then depending on if you get qualified, which HUD has stipulations, HUD can actually build you a 4 units. You just have, if you get the land, they can build you 4 units on a property because HUD is in the whole business of building communities, just like Habitat and all these different programs, to the point where you can make ends. You can take the properties that you're going to be renting out and use that towards your loan. They have to take account of the area and everything, and getting these properties rented out and use it towards your loan. That's like even when I was talking to one guy, he was telling me about he had a guy selling them 8 units, and I was like, oh yeah. He was like, yeah, the guy had 8 units and he bought it for 600,000, and he was selling it to him for 400,000. And I was like, man, that's a deal, man. You need to grab it. He was like, nah, it's not, because technically, out of the 8 units, only 4 of them there stayed occupied, and I say 5 was stayed occupied. One of the units, the guy didn't pay mortgage. Ever since the guy was on the property, he didn't pay no mortgage. He was doing some type of thing where he kept complaining about certain things and stipulations, to where every time they would try to, kick him out, something happened. Then he had 2 other people, when they found out this guy was doing that, then they started doing it 6 months prior to that, and they were all 3 on the same page. So his thing, it was a headache. So he was just basically trying to get up out of it. So that's why he was selling to the guy for 400,000. And I was like, well, hold on, you got 8 units. How he can say it's 400,000, this and that? He said, well, basically, when you're dealing in multiple units outside of 4 or so, you have to show the amount of money coming in from those units. And that's how the property is being sold. So when you have a like apartment complex with 30 units, you can't say, man, I got 30 units. I want to get this whole place sold for 10 like $10 million because I got 30 units. And the rent on them is $2,000 a month.
Right.
They'll do the numbers and they'll say, hold on, well, out of these 30 units, you're only keeping 20 of them occupied because 10 of them, the people are defaulting, not doing the whole 12-month contracts. And I don't know if it's because of the units or because of what, so you're going to have to pay based on the money that's being paid into the units. So if you only have 20 units being paid, rotating, they take that into effect when the price market, when selling the units. I was like, man, it's like, get into this. It's a lot of stuff you really don't know because you're not financially literate coming into this. So people easily can pull the wool over your eyes if you don't know.
So you really have to educate yourself before you
Exactly.
So like, how would you go about getting like a duplex, like getting an FHA loan?
Same way you would get a house. You just go down there, fill out the paperwork, and you find a duplex. Tell them you want this. You can get the first time home buyer down payment assistance. They'll give you that as well. That still qualifies under the down payment assistance. And you can tell them that the second unit will be rented out and you're staying in the unit, because FHA, you have to stay in the units for a minimum of a year.
Yeah.
So if you buy a duplex, you have to stay in the minimum for a year. And then after that year, you can move out of that duplex, rent that one out, and go find you something else. Or you can just stay there and just buy something else and go FHA again. But I think I'm still researching that. Do the stipulations. Do you have to pay the PMI down, which would be the conventional 20%, or can you go and find something else in the middle of that? So that's what I'm looking at too as well.
Okay, and as far as like keeping your job, right? Let's say I decide to do part-time. Do they look at the amount of money I make, or they just care if I just have the job, period?
It's according to the money you make, because that's the thing. Can you afford to pay the loan? When it comes down to it, Yeah, you can work part-time and you can make 1,500 part-time. That's the average on most people make, every 2 weeks, and you're making 1,500 a week, or you can make 1,500 every 2 weeks, and on average, most people might make 600 a week. So it all depends on, your costs, your debt to what's
Great.
called ratio.
Mm-hmm.
To pretty much can say, well, if you don't have no car payments, it's easier. When you have car payments, you got to take that into effect. Are you paying your credit cards on time? Do you have credit cards? What kind of other debt do you have besides the mortgage if you get it?
Really just a credit. Well, I'm gonna knock out this one credit card like by probably like next month. That's gonna be
Uh-huh.
good. So I'm set up for next year. You know what I'm saying? But I plan on like having a whole different career in like the next few months. So I'm kind of like trying to figure out how would I keep this job and so I can get this crib.
Just make sure you don't owe more than you make, right? So if you got credit cards and other debt, make sure it's not more than what you make. That's what they're gonna look at.
But my thing is, what from y'all saying is I can't get the loan because I haven't worked. I'm being in a whole totally new different field.
Mm.
So
So
I
it's
mean, I
it's still gonna be in
Consistent
computers.
work history though. It's consistent. You don't have any gaps within your work history.
oh no, I don't have any gaps.
Mm.
So let's say basically you do IT work and you go from IT to working. mm, Yeah, because I mean that's the main thing. I talk to a lot of real estate agents, and they always question that it has to be in the same field of work. So if you work remote from home doing IT, as long as in that field of IT, you can push it that way. Now, if it's in a whole nother department where you go into plumbing or service jobs, then that's going to be questionable. Are you going to be able to stay on that job for a certain duration of time?
Yeah, it's
I'm
best you stay on that job and do what you have to do before you move on to the next job.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I could work it out to it like I can work like maybe like because they have this system to where like you can work like 20 hours in a month. So and you still be considered to be working there, you know what I'm saying? So I could work 20 hours there, still continue to do the IT thing and like just
And
wait it out. So that sound good to y'all?
Yeah.
so this is the thing. When you do that 20 hours, will you be doing something else? Or you
Yeah, I'm gonna
just
be
be
doing something
strictly,
else.
well, that's the thing. You can use that as another income. So you could say, well, I'm working this job, which would be your part-time, and you're still in that same field, but then you turn around and do the other job and say, well, this is more going to be the bulk of my income, but I'm still in this same process, in which the company, the field I'm in. So, because that's like with me when I applied for one of my jobs, I showed them my statements, and they was like, "Hold on, like this doesn't make any sense." Because I told them I had a side job, but I was literally making so much in my side job because I wasn't actually getting a check. It was mostly cash, so I was depositing like in one month I deposited $10,000,
Oh, they're
and
gonna
then
ask where that came from. You gotta explain.
yeah, and that's what I had all the paperwork. I showed them, different invoices that I get, and I filled out the people, showed them receipts, so they was like, okay, so basically they understood. But
Yeah.
like I told them, I say that this job, nobody really deals in checks. Everybody deals in cash for the most part, because I do like delivery services and stuff like that. So when I was telling them, I say, well, most of these people deliver in cash. I asked them to use checks and I asked them to use cards, but nobody wants to use Square. Nobody wants to do a check or anything because, the fraud of swiping your card with somebody, you have this small company or just small guy having your debit card, scamming is on the rampant. So I'd rather give you cash in hopes that you not, take my credit card information. Because every time you swipe those squares, with certain people,
Mm-hmm.
now, and you go in the upper echelon areas, they're cool. They'll be like, okay, swipe my card. But when you go to, mediocre or lower end, they'll be like, nah, you're gonna use my debit card. I mean, I
Real.
literally had people told me, nah, I think you might use my debit. I mean, you look trustworthy, but I don't wanna chance it. I'm like, cool. I'm like, cash is better for me anyway, because I can just throw it straight in the account, no problem. And like I said, with me putting the cash in, I found this great little app that does invoices. So basically I just send them invoices real easy, and I keep track of all my invoices.
You have to keep track of cash.
Yep. And so when I applied for the loan, they was like, once they started looking at my bank, and they was like, oh yeah, you need approved for way more now. And they was like, yeah, man, because everybody makes that, yeah, man, I make a little more, but to actually prove it, they was like, okay, well, yeah, we can let you get a little more. I ain't even tell my wife or none of that, because I was like, nah, man. If she literally knew how much money I got approved by myself plus her money,
She's
she would
Jamaican. Say no more. She's Jamaican. Say no
She
more.
was trying to spend the bank. And I told her, I was like, no. I'm like, our first house is gonna be a mediocre house. It's gonna be easy. Then get into our second house is gonna be the same thing. Cause when we moved out here, she was trying to go for the gusto. And I'm like, nah, the city don't have houses like that unless you move. I'm like, we want to move in the loop. Cause I stay in the inner perimeter of 285. Now moving on the outside, I pay a little more. I get more square footage and all that stuff. But even like in my neighborhood now, it's kind of being gentrified because I told a couple people, I was like, once they put them sidewalks in, I'm like, that's more money. That's more money for me.
And
So
what age
basically,
did you buy your house?
you say what now?
What age did you buy your house?
What age?
Yeah.
30. The second house, it was 30. Was this, about 3 years ago? So 30, 36. And the first one, let's see, the twins are 11, and we moved to Snellville, and let's see, they were 3, I think, when we moved, 2 or 3. So they're 10 now, 8. So 32, around 31, 32.
Oh, and what, you already had your family by then?
Yeah, I had my family. I got married when I was 25.
Wow.
I had my twins when I turned 30, I think 29 or 30. So it was like 4 or 5 years after I got married, I had my twins, but my wife already had 2 kids. So we had got a house out when we moved out the
Well, see,
city.
you weren't supposed to do that. What?
I know, against the code of the monastery.
Or a lot of people be like, "Oh, this man that took a baby mama in. Hold up."
Yep. And
But
I'm
see,
like,
look how long he been married. So
So look how
that's
successful
16 years.
it's been. 2
Yeah,
houses later, married,
yeah, that's
children,
why I tell people
successful.
16 years, man, y'all crazy. I'm like, hey, and I tell guys this, I say, look, she had all my needs, not my wants, because I can say, man, I wanted a supermodel. That's what I hear so many guys. Man, these IG models is hot, man. This I'm like, those are wants. What are your needs?
right.
What are your needs in marrying a woman? You always say, man, I want a submissive. I'm like, cut the Kevin Samuels, cut the all the other. What do you
Do they
want?
look like supermodels? They want supermodels, but they don't
Yeah,
look like it either. So
yeah. I'm 300 pounds, looking like Fat Albert, be saying, I need a slim, submissive woman. She gotta look good.
it's true. It's true. I'm like, really? What the
Meanwhile,
fuck?
the baby mothers look like
But I
Really?
got all the money and I got a jawline.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy you did it the right way, man. You know what I'm saying? You growing your family, got you a crib, you know. A lot of
He
people
got
can't
happened a
say
good
that.
woman too. She
yeah.
just
You gotta
happened to
have
have
a
kids.
good
Yeah,
woman on your back,
Mm-hmm.
beside you. Sorry, not behind you. You have to have a good
yeah.
woman beside you.
Yeah, because that's I hear this behind stuff, and I'm like, my wife. I always tell people, I'm the president, she the vice president. If I go down, she's the second line of defense. She's gonna take
Mhm.
care of the house. She know everything I want, far as the bills. I'm like, why not have a team player? A lot of guys be
Exactly.
talking about, oh man, this business deal and stuff. I'm like, literally, I entrust like that's why my whole life insurance. That's why I tell people. And I always talk about Alonzo. I say, man, I got a life insurance strictly for anything happen to me. My wife and the kids are taken care of.
Hmm.
I even got policies through Alonzo for my twins. Like my boys, I got a universal life insurance policy. Them that gives 5% interest every month.
Well,
And even before I got married, I had got like a little rinky dink policy, and end up I was gonna I had that policy signed over to one of my friends, his son, because I was like, my cousins were a piece of crap, and I was like, nobody I was really cool with or close with but his son. So I was like, if anything happens, why I'm gonna sign my policy over to my grandma or one of my cousins or my brother I don't like? I'm like, why not just sign it over to my best friend's son that I'm always around, I'm babysitting.
Right.
And then when I got my own kids, I structured my policy for them. And then that's when I end up getting more because I'm like, it's not enough. I'm like, if I die, like my wife not gonna be able to pay this house off. My wife is not gonna be able to send the kids to college. She's not gonna be able to, do all that. And so that's why I had to structure my policy. That's like now I'm steady looking at getting some more policies because my thing is I want to have $1 million policy to where if anything happens to me, my wife get $1 million. Well, she's not technically getting the whole million because the twins are gonna get a percentage of it. My two older kids are getting a percentage of it, and she's gonna settle with the rest.
She's thinking ahead of time. Most people are day by day people.
Yep.
Yep.
And next there's a GoFundMe on where we gonna bury this guy.
Exactly. The fish fry signing turned into the GoFundMe.
Exactly.
Can't you take out money out of your life insurance?
Exactly. And that's the thing. See, a whole life, you can actually build up money in your policy to take out. And this is the thing. With life insurance, Alonzo talks about this all the time. People look at life insurance as a death insurance. No, it's a life insurance. They have life insurance for death. It's called burial insurance. You can literally take 10,000 whatever dollars. You can buy a plot. You can buy a tombstone. You can pay for your arrangements for your repast, the food, everything. All that in that policy.
You know who did that? Cuz Nana did that. Remember Nana? Remember I told you all the policies she had paid up already? Paid off already. She has so many policies.
Oh, my wife grandma like that. My wife grandma, she literally she has $5,000 set aside for her repast food. Not just for the food. 5,000. I was like, what the hell? And she 90. She just turned 92 this year. On the 15th.
You can get a policy for your parents too.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
At their age now?
You can do up to $10,000.
Yep. Cause that's like my grandma. She was getting at me about that stuff, man. I was mad. Now that I got really into it, because my grandma, all of them, they always talked about life insurance like forever and a day. Like my mom had life insurance.
Because they always shot that seed back then. They always shot. They used to go door to door trying to sell you insurance. So.
Yep. Yep. And that was the biggest thing. A lot of people don't take it serious till it actually happens. And my thing, like, I'm putting so much money in my policies because when I get about 60 or so, I'm just gonna take my money out the pot because I already my policy, they said by the time I turn 30, no, when I turn 78, I have $3 million. That's at current market value. But if I also put in more money, it's more money I get back.
Exactly.
So pretty much I'm looking at by the time roughly around 50 so or close to 60, I'm just gonna take out a huge chunk, go buy me some apartments, let them run for about a year or two, and then I'm just gonna quit my job, go build a house in Jamaica, and me and my wife going over there. I mean, that's my thing. Like my thing is I'm building enough equity in my policy right now to the point when I can retire early if I want to.
That sounds like a happy ending.
Hey, I'm telling you, man. And even if, let's say I even don't make it to that, I have enough money in the policy to take care of my kids and my boys, my youngest boys, their policy. By the time they turn 25, they'll have close to at least about $5,000 to $10,000 in that policy. They can take money out to go buy a car. They can take money out to go do some investments. And then when they start working and getting their money, I let them take over the policy and take over the premium. And since they got a universal policy, this is the thing. They can take money out and still have money available for their family when they get older.
Right.
And
you can
can that
always
be passed down?
Yeah, that's the thing. They got a universal policy in their name, and all they have to do is just take over the payments and stuff. See, I'm only like they have the policy where you can be the payee. I'm the payee on the policy. But if anything happened to me, it switches over to them. They can be the
you're the
payee.
policy owners are the beneficiaries of it.
Yeah.
What's with the Gerber one? Because the Gerber one made me I always looked at it twice, and I was like, I don't think I would be getting what I want to get out of that policy.
And see, it all depends on what you're looking for. See, the Gerber is tipping the scale of term to perm.
Mm-hmm.
And so they always push that because once you invest so much money in it, everybody wants you to go to permanent so you get a whole life. I mean, right. I think what was the company, Amera or something?
America? No.
I forgot the name of that company because Alonzo always talks about them, where their whole
Not
thing
Primerica.
I knew it was Primerica.
Primerica. Oh my gosh, bro.
They always
they target high schoolers, man. They target high schoolers.
Bro, they got
now they're targeting high schoolers. I used to work for them, real. I used to work for a guy who was making a lot. He was like, I used to be a plumber, and I'm doing this, and I was like, wait a minute, this is a fucking pyramid scheme, like. I was like, no. I was his office manager at the time.
Oh, we gonna sell insurance? I'm like, nah, man.
You wanted me to sell insurance. I was like, I didn't get hired to sell insurance. I got hired to be an office manager.
Hey, they make hella money because see, the thing is, they put you on that, man, get this term life for $16 a month or $25 or $100 a month. As soon as you get it, then they push you, hey man, I'm telling you, this is a sweeter deal. Get a whole life. And I'm like, hold on, why you didn't offer me all this before? Why you let me pay all this money in premiums, then boost it up probably about like another $20 to $50 and then offer me a better deal? Why you just didn't offer me the better deal before? And see, this is the biggest thing. When they get you this young at like 18, 20, they offer you term life. Then they come back and offer you whole life. Then they come back and offer you universal life is the best. Because it carries a better interest rate and it goes off the market.
Super Triz, come up on the panel.
The S&P index,
come up on the panel. Zodiac fund, come up on the panel. Go ahead, Rashid, my bad.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the universal index, you go off the actual market. So when you get that universal index, you get a better rate each month on your payback. Then you turn around. I'm like, you literally building money. Like Alonzo had this one video where this guy says, I take my mortgage every month, which is $1,000, put it into my policy. The policy gives me 7%. I turn around, take 4% out, and leave the 3% in the policy and pay my mortgage. I was like, wow. And so next month you do it again. It's basically like you're just rotating the money, getting the interest, and then pulling it out. I was like, man, that's crazy.
That's how you said the interest is 5%?
7.
It depends. Some of them are 5%, but the highest, which is Lincoln Financial, that's what I got, is 7%.
Wow.
Yep, 7% interest a month, not yearly like banks. Banks give you a yearly interest.
Scam.
That's a
and
lot.
See, that's dude. They hide so much, like the rich hide so much money, dude. Mitt Romney, when he was running for presidency, he had $20 million in his life insurance policy. And they was like, why so much? And he was like, why not? I can't take care of my family.
Well, he has $300 million in stocks, in stock
options. It's all about hiding the money. Because see, that's what they do. When you have $20 million in your life insurance policy, like I said, you can actually go in there, borrow money from yourself and pay it back. And then you got to understand, when you get to a certain amount, you literally can go in there and take money out without paying it back. They don't tell you that. They don't teach you that. See, that's the biggest thing. The rich, that's how they stay rich. Because even like this whole thing about the market, man, is going crazy now, man. I just seen Netflix drop from five something to almost 3. I was like, what the world? Netflix is going crazy on the market, boy.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, even Bitcoin. Look at Bitcoin was just damn near what at 80.
I
Now
never
it's
hear
at what 30 something.
Didn't I say that real? What I said real? I
Mhm.
called it. Yo, I called
Mhm.
it.
And it
We all pretty much managed to make that prediction. Super Triz, what's going on, G?
Super Trez.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, but every so often the Bitcoin I always do that. It take a big dip and then it come back real strong going into mid of the year.
Well, people are probably selling it. They got more buyers than sellers. That's when the fuck. That's like.
Yes, they do, man. You know, when it comes to that, hopefully people can get money on the rebound by buying this dip. But like you're supposed to get a dip, like the stock market. When I told you guys about when the stock market has these big dips, now interest rates is about to rise up because they can't keep suppressing the interest rates because interest rates has been suppressed since 2017, 2018. So
These
super true. What's your
So,
opinion
like,
on
how
all
you
of that?
feel about the Fed
Hmm?
raising interest rates?
I don't feel good about that. That hurts the stock market because it makes money lending expensive, but the lending stocks you can make a lot of money on that. So when they're talking about interest rates, notice how Rocket Mortgage that stock goes up. So Rocket Mortgage can go to all-time highs and supersede a lot of stuff, in my opinion.
all those
This
companies,
is an
Rocket
opportunity
Mortgage,
though
Winning
for
Tree.
this opportunity depending on the actual market that you're in. If you can take out some money, um, like really and truly, like in anticipation, this is the time where money for borrowing money is really cheap. So if you were to take some money out, like as a second mortgage, and then just sit on that money, and then as interest rates rise, the actual home selling prices will be suppressed, and then you have an opportunity for some cash deals depending on the market that you're in. So I mean, the fact that interest rates are rising is really not a bad thing. Um, you just have to adjust your
What
strategy.
you got to adjust your strategy. Like that is more a proactive strategy when it comes to Super Triz's outlook. Now, the stock market hates bad news. They take that as bad news, and they always have a monster sell off. But those are the times to be able to buy those dips because they'll recover right back.
Well,
Because
a
when
lot
they
of
talk about
people.
correction, like what do you think people mean by correction? Like the market has crashed several times in the past 4 or 5 months, but managed to recover. But go ahead, Super Triz.
Well, I mean, like a lot of people have they've borrowed money to make investments. So, like, even people borrow money to buy Bitcoin and Ethereum and cryptocurrency. So now that the interest rates are rising, people are more hesitant to buy into what you call high risk investments. I don't know if I would really consider that. I mean, I guess it can be considered as an investment,
It's considered high risk because if
cryptocurrency,
you
but
Mhm.
it's very high risk. And so people are more conservative in times when interest rates are up. So, and then also, you kind of want to have free cash. When interest rates are up, prices are down. In certain regards. So cash on hand, you know, that may be more beneficial to allow you to take advantage of some of the opportunities, especially people that are, some people get desperate. Like they're like, okay, well, um, interest rates are rising and whatever the case may be, and it makes it more difficult for employers to turn profits. And so sometimes there may be some layoffs coming, and people getting financial
Mm.
binds and they have to start selling off assets. And so,
Well, that's where the notice of trustee sale, notice of default comes in, because those people are going to sell those properties at a discount, and that's where people can be able to take advantage and get a good price entry on certain assets in certain markets or sub markets.
Okay, I gotta send you my guy's uh email so he can send
Mm.
you a listing of those houses in Atlanta that actually go back on the market. that
That hello?
yeah.
I think
Okay.
you had one out.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I
you
was
went out.
just telling him the houses that were going back on the market because they didn't sell the first time.
Mm.
He was sending me those listings of those houses that actually, defaulted to where they wouldn't be able to sell, and they were trying to, lower the price and go back on the market again. He sent me a slew of listings, so I'm gonna try to forward them over to you again.
Where is this at?
In Atlanta, one of my guys, he a real estate agent, so he get houses. I know he had a couple of houses in Macon for like 40,000. That was pretty much going back on the market. That most of those houses needed some work, but then you had houses like anywhere from 300 to 400,000 that pretty much tried to sell, but like I said, because of the area, man, a lot of people are overpricing these houses because they're trying to figure out what comps in the neighborhood that they can sell them for, and smarter people are coming in saying they're not buying those houses because it's too much. But on average, you have these young kids that want to buy houses. They're buying just, sight unseen sometime, or they'll just buy the house just because they think it's a good deal. They're not talking to the parents. They're just getting them because, well, this gonna be my first house. I can afford this much because the bank said. Those are the ones that always default.
And they need to wait. The market is gonna drop. They need to wait.
I'm
Come on.
telling you,
So, what
because
do y'all see? Housing prices going down in the near future?
Oh yeah.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
They can't
You know,
sell it. They
they
can't.
literally. I know somebody that literally, like I said earlier, that bought a house for 275, and the house literally, in my opinion, is worth 180. I looked at the comps in the area last year and versus this year selling around. All the houses in that area was up probably 20 to 50%, but they spent the most on their house compared to everybody else in the area. And all they did was did the floors and redid the kitchen. And like I said, there was a house I was working on where I came in the house and they had some, issues with the plumbing. And they literally they put I think the dude said they put $5,000 into the kitchen. They put new countertops, new appliances, and I don't know if the cabinets were new or spray painted, but the cabinets look completely new. And all they did was make sure the floor that was in there is existing. There was anything wrong with it, fixed up, made it look good. Everything else was horrible. The bathroom sucked. I'm talking about the toilet sucked. They literally put like just new faucets in there, the fixtures, but those sucked. They were cheap. I'm looking at the doors with had broken doors. I mean, just literally a lot of stuff that needed to be fixed. The baseboards were messed up. All they did was slap some paint on them, and you can literally see all the flaws around the house that was messed up. But the kitchen and the floor was the best thing of the house. Yeah. Matter of fact, let me try to see if I can pull that house up.
Open panel. If anybody wants to come up, open panel.
and how much was that house going for?
That's what I'm going to look up now, because the one
Oh, you
house
got your laptop?
nah, I got my phone.
Red Pill, you got your laptop?
Yeah, I do.
A lot
I'm
of
gonna
the
share your
Atlanta
screen.
area real estate is held by investors, and so
Oh
Atlanta is
yeah,
Hedge
kind of
fund
a
people.
kind of a different market because of the heavy investor presence. So
yep.
Yo,
Most
Red Pill,
definitely.
Yeah.
I'm gonna share your screen. So you're gonna first Rashid is gonna tell you the address, and I'm gonna share your screen.
What website you want me to go on?
Rashid,
Yeah.
what website you want boy to go on when it comes to your property now?
You can go on like we always go on Home Snap, Main
All right,
Street.
all right, that's Home Snap.
Well, you
So
can
yeah,
send the link.
Yeah, I can pull a link and send it to you.
Put that in the private chat.
Now,
All
what
right.
is Home Snap?
It's like Zillow.
So, like, which one's better?
Home Snap. Zillow, everything is overpriced, so you're not getting a good concept of the market. Everything is being listed 30% above actual market price.
30%. Whoa.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
a lot of those houses they
Mhm.
already sold. The thing of it is they try to get you to look on there for the houses that you want, and they can kind of piece and puzzle to fit you in the category of what the house they're trying to sell you.
Mhm.
Yep.
So don't use Zillow at all.
Nope.
Or at
Horrible.
least don't take it serious. At least don't take it all the way serious. Falana, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Marina, can you hear me?
Yep. I was on mute.
Okay, I'm making sure everybody can hear me. So
We can hear you.
when it comes to scenarios like that, how do y'all
Wow.
feel about Zillow?
Hey, this is crazy. I wish they had the picture so you guys can see the interior of this house. Let me see it. They
Bro,
might
show
have
the
this picture in
address.
the
Show
video.
the address.
All right, let me give you the
Provide
address.
the address so Red Pill can be able to copy and paste that. But Falana, how do you feel about Zillow? Did you buy a property from Zillow? Have you ever?
No,
Okay.
I
Okay.
look at properties on Zillow just to get just to see what's open, what's around here that for sale and what it's going for. But the market is like crazy right now.
Yeah, I was actually looking at Zillow like even yesterday, like in like the Orlando area. I didn't know it was like above 30% market price. Like, that's crazy though.
Yeah. Yeah, these wild stories about Zillow, man.
Well, so like what stories have you heard from Zillow, like from people using Zillow?
Well, I heard some about this guy. He actually bought a house. Well, he actually sold his house to Zillow, and then he couldn't find a house, and he ended up getting his house for probably $100,000 to $200,000 less than what he bought it for, because they overbought the house because of the comps in the area, and then they couldn't make up for the money, so they had to go back down. Because you get into a bidding war, it's easy like that way. You get into a bidding war and someone think this house got potential and people bidding on it, you're gonna overbid. You know, I mean, I heard this time and time again where people they'll like the area and like the house. Alonzo had talked about this one person. They spent I think it was $60,000 out of their own pocket to buy this house. And the crazy part about it was the inspector, I don't know if they got an inspector or not, but the roof was messed up. So most likely they didn't get an inspector because the roof was messed up and they had to spend over $100,000 to get the roof fixed. And that was on top of, because I mean the area was good. That's the whole thing. When people talk about location, that was the thing about the house. It had a good location.
Hey, real deal. I got it on my screen right now.
All right, for sure.
Let me see if Zillow still has it on. What is, I
Is
don't
this the
even
house
know.
you were talking about?
That's one of the houses right there that I had did some work on. That's what I'm trying to find the pictures on it. They said that house sold for 250. I mean 240. It ain't even worth it.
Oh, it's going for 240 right now.
Yeah, it already sold. It sold on the first. But look
Oh,
at the
so what you were
prices.
saying was you just did like a couple of remodels and you
Yeah.
just changed the price?
Well, basically, this is what they saying that the house should be worth right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the market value which Zillow, I mean HomeSnap think the house is worth. But if you go down, keep going down, you gotta sign in. Let me see if I give you my sign in for it. Because they actually have the price on here, which is already got sold.
Oh yeah, the price should be right here.
Yeah, you got to sign into it though. But on my phone, I just looked at it. They said the house was sold for 240. Like basically, let me pull it up. If you sign in, It said it was sold on 1/14/22 for for 250. They had offers in on the house when it was for sale 11/10/21 for 219. But the house was steady being rented out since 2013 for 850.
That's
So the
ridiculous.
house, and guess what? The house was bought. The house in 2007, the house was sold for 120. 2012, the house got bought for $36,000 in
For
2012.
$36,000.
36,000 in 2012. So you see the price, see the dates up there, it just don't have the prices next to them. But in 2012, the first 2012, it was on the market for 36,000, and it says 10/3/2012, it got sold for 36,000. After that, they put it on the market 2 months later and tried to rent it out for 915. And for 4 months, it sat on the market at 915, never got rented out. And when they changed the price in 5/29/13, it got rented out for 850. And ever since then, it's been rented out from 2013 until last year when they tried to sell it in November.
Yeah, that's wild. That's a deal, man. 36,000 for this house.
That might have been a foreclosure, no? For 36,000.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It had to be the foreclosure or something to the point where they were just getting rid of it.
I don't
But
think someone's
Or
just
they
gonna
need
get
to
rid of
cash
it.
or
but
something.
see the man, ain't no telling because the house got sold in 2007. I mean, 2007 for 120.
Right.
So you looking at least the six. So that's 6 years. At least 6 years they had that house. They didn't build up that much equity unless somebody actually bought the house for 120 cash and sat on it and something happened and they just got rid of it. Because I mean, I see little stuff they had. Water issues probably was done on it.
Oh, maybe he had flooding issues and things like that, and
Yeah,
stuff needed to be fixed, so they just got out and sold the land.
yeah, because they actually, I seen when I was doing some work there, where that mailbox at, from the
Uh-huh.
mailbox all the way up to that driveway, they had dug that whole thing up. The guy said they had to do something about the water main. It was
Right.
a leak or something. So I'm like, okay, all
That could
right.
be why it went so cheap.
Mm.
And see, what my thing is, I like going to Zillow, and because sometimes Zillow, like I said, Zillow can hold the pictures for 6 months. Okay, so the house, it showed it got sold. Let's see. See, Zillow has the updated picture of the house
Hmm.
where they painted it blue with the gray door. Cause the house looks gray on that picture right there, but on Zillow it's more spruce. The house is navy now. Yeah,
Look
they
on
took it off. Yeah, let me see a red door, one of them, so you can actually find pictures of the interior.
Triz, what's your opinion on this?
I'm
Yo,
sorry.
I can't actually like see what's going on because I'm driving to work, but
okay, no problem. When it comes to that property, I'm focused on getting some more different grass. We need to get better grass.
Mhm.
That,
Yeah, this
that
grass
drive
looking
through.
That looks like an older picture though, because it looks like they might have done some work on that house, which is what probably brought the price up some more.
Yeah, that's an older picture. And see, like I said, in the area, all those houses in the area, I'm looking at all the houses in the area selling for like 200, 230.
Mhm.
And so I'm like, that's the reason why they were able to get that. But if you look at which they value the house as, it's not worth it. One, I say 160. If you look at when you first came onto the first screen, when they said the house was about 160 something, to me that's what it was worth.
So the person who bought it overpaid, in your opinion.
In my opinion, yeah. See, that's what I said. All the
Economically,
houses on the market now are getting overpaid.
this is an economic problem because everybody overpaying like this. That's going to be a situation where
Yep.
it's going to be shrinking the investor class, where they're not be able to profit. They're that they're going to sell in losses, which it's a good opportunity for people that does have to profit. But overall market, the comps go down based off of the, every 6 months. People use every 90 days, every 30 when it comes to the comps of the market to see how hot it is.
I have
So
to
if it's
jump
been
off
in the
the
market,
panel. I want to interrupt. I have to jump off the panel real quick. I have to take a call, and I'll
okay,
come back.
all right, no problem.
All right.
I have the link ready for you. Okay, so when it comes to that market, if it sells for 50 days and it has a price of 250, that is a hot market because that's within 2 months, and the property's getting sold. Usually, it takes around 6 to 8 months. Like the East Coast properties, I noticed a lot of markets in the East Coast, like New York, Boston, Bridgeport. Uh, what else? Rhode Island. Those properties take a while for it to be sold when it's in higher equity properties. So if it's $500,000, $6,000 range, it takes around 150 days. So that's like half the year to be able to get a property sold. That's not a very hot market.
Well, you mean this area specifically?
Well, when the numbers is in that range of 150 days, then it's not a really hot market. But if it takes, around 60, even 90 days, people consider that a hot market.
Oh, how fast they can sell the house?
Well, it depends on if you can usher in a buyer. As if you're a fix and flip, that's why having cash buyers list is always an advantage because you can usher in your cash buyers list to be able to take advantage of the property as a buy and hold. Or you have a very good realtor that can plug you in.
See, the houses out here selling about 11 days, so you don't really have a lot of time. Um, like you got to come with a strong offer. It's like really like the seller's market out here. Um, and then of course the houses are a lot more expensive, but um, I think it's like more of a surefire thing. Like see, like Atlanta, I'm not sure about what if there's going to actually be a correction because like out here, right? So as the interest rates rise, all I see is that the market will cool off, and you won't see the 20% annual, 25% annual home value appreciation. Like some areas out here are saying like year over year, 30-40% increase in property prices. And so what I just think that it'd probably just slow down out here. But like in Atlanta and like some of the other markets, even like Austin, like I would be concerned is like if properties actually, depreciate. Not like it'd be like a marginal depreciation, but a depreciation nonetheless, because a lot of times you're looking to refinance. A lot of people they'll get in a home and then they'll do like some renovations and then they'll refinance after after the house has been appraised, and they'll have more equity, so that way they can get more favorable loan terms. But if you buy the house at like, say for instance, you buy the house at $500,000, and then you put maybe put $100,000 in renovations, but then the actual equity of the house after the fact, like maybe a year later, the house may only be worth $550. So you've actually lost $50,000 in value because of the home market cooling off because of the higher interest rates. And so now when you go to refinance, you don't have the equity that you thought you would have. And so now you can't, now you still have to be paying PMI and you're not going to get the interest rates and the monthly payment that you were looking for. So I think that's why, I'm kind of skeptical about some markets because, if you're buying with that particular plan in mind, it may not work out quite that way.
Try that link in the back and pull that one up. Yeah, those are the houses I told you that the guy sent me.
Oh, these right here, all these.
Yep. and you can go to the top and customize the listing from by choice price, stuff like that. City. See, that one's expired. That one's expired. All these expired, the ones that's on the list. And these are the prices that they want on them.
I got to cut out y'all, but I appreciate the conversation. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right.
Man, be easy,
All right,
bro.
no problem, man.
Yeah, man, all these expired, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And all these houses were on the market. They were trying to sell for these prices, and nobody bought them.
Oh, nobody
These.
bought them.
Yeah, these been on the market for more than what is it? I think he told me it's like 90 days or something, 120 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So the issue, if they sit on so long, you got to come back and your agent got to come back in with a different price or something like that. Because nobody wants them at that price, or people tried to get approved for them and couldn't buy them. That was a situation when I tried to buy a house, and the guy ended up going down after I tried to get the house, and it was some shicey stuff done with my loan officer, man, because they got mad because I wanted to buy down my interest rate, and like I said, I didn't even know that. I talked to an agent, and the agent was like, well, if they give you a high interest rate, you don't like it, just buy it down. I was like, hold on, you can do that? She was like, yeah. She was like, you can buy it down because the point of it is they'll give you an interest rate based on thinking that, you can get approved for this or you can afford this. She was like, buy the interest rate down. And when I came to them with the buying the interest rate down, it was going to cost them probably about $20,000 to $40,000, depending on how much I was going to buy it down, extra in their pocket. So, they was going to take a huge dip. So, in my opinion, I think they didn't give me the loan because of that. Because I'm like, everything else I qualified, I was good. Like I said, all these houses right here, nobody wanted them. So they went back on the market. See, Covington is a country area right there.
Yeah, dude said back on the market.
That's an opportunity for people to be able to make a discounted offer to those sellers.
Hold on. So, like, for a house like this, what offer would you get this person?
When it comes to that, nothing over 65.
Nothing over
Yeah,
65?
click on the picture. Click on the picture
And
and
I'm
look at the
not,
area, because for one, you
because I
got
need to be
the
able to
blue
make
tarp
money
on
on a
top of the house, so
spread.
that means you have roof.
I need to make money off
You
the
got a roof
spread.
issues right there. You got roof issues. Everything needs to be renovated. Yeah, I mean anything less than 100,000. You
Oh,
got
nah,
that's
fam.
roof. Yeah, like I told you, look, it's roof issues. You got to renovate the whole house, literally. I mean, if you see in the
Yeah, that's
kitchen,
not
you
worth
see in
it.
the bathroom.
But you see, this is a perfect opportunity where if somebody had $8,000 on business credit, they can get this property on a down payment with a lender and get a construction loan added with it and fix this motherfucker up where you can sell it for 170.
Yeah, but at this price, that's a no-go.
Yeah, and that's what I said.
You
That's
ain't
why.
buying it at that price. You're gonna flip it for 170 when it's renovated. So if it takes $30,000 in renovations, we're gonna overestimate it when it comes to the construction loan. So we're gonna ask for 50, so you can profit 20 G's at closing and use that for another property on either MLS Matrix. I'm liking this website. How much this website cost?
Nah,
Yeah,
this
this is
is
a nice website. I'm not gonna
And I'm
lie.
new to this.
nah, that's the matrix. That's that's for realtors. The
Okay.
realtors have this. This is for realtors only. Oh man, that sucked. The water pump is in the bathroom.
Hold on. So, like, somebody like me couldn't buy a house off this website?
No, this is not a website. This is actually listing from an agent.
It's
Like
the
I told you,
MLS
the
thing.
guy, yeah, the guy that I
Oh,
got,
this
he's an
person
agent.
right up here.
Yeah, the name is at the top. Yeah, that's what the company worked for, Cox and Company. So
Mm-hmm.
he's my agent that I deal with down here in Atlanta.
Okay,
And
makes sense.
yeah, when I asked him, I said, man, let me look at some houses that, went back on the market or something like that. And he was like, "I'll send you a listing." He has it automatic to where I get a listing every week or every 2 weeks. And see, like that galley kitchen right there, you can update that or leave it the same. The floors look good in there. The hardware just
You
take care
can't
of
get
the
it
tenants.
nationwide, huh? You can't get it nationwide, huh?
Only in that
Nah,
area.
I think it's only in Atlanta, but I can talk to him.
Because if you can get in Iowa, man, you can make some money on one of my guys. He needs a property in Iowa. So ask him about Iowa and Houston, because Nikki got a cash buyer. You know her by Raining Woman, but yeah, Nikki,
Yeah, I
she
know
got
Nick.
a cash buyer in Houston. So that's the opportunity to make an opportunity. Just throwing that out there. So I'm gonna look
Okay.
at Property Shark.
Yeah, but it's a nice crib though, man. Compared to this one though, like nah,
And see,
fam.
that's Covington. That's the country right there. And that's 130. Man, you probably could easily get that for 100 even.
100?
Yep.
This
And
property
it's
right
90. It's 91 acres. Yep.
That's where
Wow,
my
that's
lender come in.
90, not 91 acres, but like 0.91.
hey, definitely
Almost
when I'm
1
looking for some houses, I'm gonna get in touch with y'all, man. Definitely.
Dog, you need to get every which way when it comes to your trade lines with me, man, because I just showed how I added 2 people when it comes to the trade lines. So they're getting authorized users, so they're getting $10,000 in credit added to their credit profile, boosting up their credit score around 80 points with that trade line. So whenever you're ready, man, you got my email.
All right, for sure. I gotta head out now, man, but I'm definitely gonna be tapping in with y'all, man.
All right, no problem.
Yeah,
So
I
creditbuilder
appreciate the game
475
y'all
at
gave me though,
gmail.com.
man. Y'all gave me some good game today, bro. I got your email, fam.
All right, for sure, man. Stay up.
All right, y'all be easy, man.
All right, for sure. So when it comes to that, that's a good that's a good resource. That's a good resource right there. So when it comes to at least focusing on Covington, I think you can get it around 85 instead of going for 100,000, because you can negotiate the down payment as around, you'd be out of pocket around $8,000 to $9,000. Then you can get a construction loan. You pay for the points, loan fees. So that'd be 2% in points. So you can pretty much factor that cost in.
Yeah, because
She,
easily you can, like that property we just was looking at, you can
yeah,
easily come in there and tell them, you got to tear the shack down. You're gonna have to cut that down. You're gonna have to throw it away. You don't want that shack because it's rusted out. So, that's 3 or 4 thousand right there. Come in, say you need the hardwood redone, you need the kitchen redone. So that's another, 10 to 20,000. So in actuality, tell them, hey, $100,000 is, the best thing for me. You got gravel. I have a nice car. I don't want gravel hitting the bottom of my car. I'm gonna have to pave this. That's gonna be another 10,000, to the point where you can almost get it down. If they're wanting to sell their house, if they've already moved out and that house is already keep going back on the market, they're eventually gonna go down to sell. That's the biggest thing. If you already purchased another house, you're paying 2 mortgages. you know. So the best thing for them to do is weigh their options. Do they want to keep this house on the market? Do they want to keep defaulting or go ahead and get rid of it? Because in most cases, the crazy part, I had that guy who I was dealing with those quads.
mhm.
His agent told him to set that house up for sale for 1.7. I literally told him, I said, man, that's not gonna work. And he was like, you don't think so? I said, dude, you can make a minimum of probably $2,000 on these plays. I mean, the max to me was $3,500 because, like I said, it was downtown in a nice area, Brookhaven, which was 10 minutes from Lenox Mall, Fifth Plaza, which are the biggest luxurious malls in Atlanta. I was like, man, 1.2 is reasonable. I said because anything, I said you can always go up, but you can't go down, and 1.2 is reasonable. I say, to the point where they'll be able to cover this in about 10 years, have this thing almost paid off. 1.7, I'm like, you updated everything in one unit. The other three, you didn't update the floors. So that's going to hit you over the head. But you updated the appliances, the paint, everything else. That goes into consideration. And which he took my advice, 1.2 million, it was only on the market for like 30 days. Because he was trying to build up. He had so many offers coming in. He could have sold the property like he could have had offer killed on like the first week, but it was so many offers coming in. He was trying to get the best offer. Because like I said, I think he ended up selling for 1.5, but I got to get back to him. But I mean, like I told him, 1.2 was more reasonable, and to the point where when you have so many offers coming in, you could pick the highest bidder.
Exactly. So when it comes from your markets, you got to understand how do you usher in your cash buyers because people can preset the price with ushering in their buyer. Because I'm trying to figure out how does the foreign international buyer thing works, where you can have a foreigner that will buy anything in the hood for overpriced properties because they have that when it comes to this one property in Harlem. It's actually land that's sold for $6 million. And it's just a land plot. And it doesn't make sense because none of the other land plots go for that much. The other land plot that goes based off the markets and data numbers that I saw, it was 500,000. So that's a foreign buyer that's either laundering its money or just trying to replenish money elsewhere. But that doesn't economically make sense. Because $6 million for a plot of land that's not developed, and they're not building nothing on that plot of land. So that foreign buyers thing, man, they buy anything when it comes to situations of them putting money on like 12 areas in like the same block radius, well, a 5 block radius. So that means they got the commercial properties, they got the single family homes, they got the co-ops, they got partnerships when it comes from getting more funding on the city government. Chinatown dominates a lot of stuff, and they're everywhere. When it comes to the country, man, Chinatown brings in $1 trillion every single year nationwide. So that's all of the Chinatown syndicated in one big number. So when people talk about the black spending power being 1.5 trillion, that only matters if you're capturing the transactions from people. That's the only time when I would say that would drastically matter is if you're being the merchant class. Rashid, speak on that. Rashid.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to drop down for a minute. I got something I gotta take care of.
Okay, no problem. So when it comes from a standpoint of your area, there is SBA grants that you can take advantage of. So your SBA money can be done on the strength of you having your SAMS.gov number, you having the ability to be able to do multiple different things when it comes from the standpoint of government contracting, when it comes to trucking, construction, if you're a construction owner, construction company owner. I would say people should focus on AI. So the more technology, how can I put it, technologically savvy that you are, the more you can be able to benefit all around. So but the tech centers that are in your areas focus on a lot of the stuff that Elon Musk is doing, because Elon Musk also affects Texas real estate markets as well because of Starbase. So that's in the Dallas, Austin area. And also manufacturing hub in Houston. So a lot of the tech stuff is going to be well ranked. So I'm going to eat my dinner. Catch y'all guys later. Appreciate everybody that came. Appreciate everybody that showed support. Appreciate everybody that always give your boy credit and props. I respect that. And if I can be able to come through tomorrow, I can be able to do that as well. So I appreciate everybody. Be able to do this again. So if anybody needs my email, creditbuilder475@gmail.com. That's for credit repair and trade lines. So I hope everybody has a good night and have a productive weekend.